Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words to tonight's Monday stream. I hope you're doing well tonight. I hope you're doing well tonight. Except for the bots in chat, they can just go ahead and jump off a cliff. But that's only for bots YouTube. I know Lily stream just started, so I should probably calm down with the death threats, but bots aren't people, so therefore is it truly death threats? I'm not exactly sure about that. But anyway, if you're not a bot and you're actually a real person, I hope you're having a good day. Unless you're from the third. Wait, I was like, okay, stream just started. Do I make another death threat joke, but this time for real people? Probably not. Probably not. I should control it. I should probably control it ever so slightly. I'm a little bit upsetty, to say the least. I'm a little bit upsetty, not gonna lie. So, but this is the I've spent the past I don't know, like few weeks being like super.
I'm assuming it's always
I guess demoralized is probably the best way to like handle it, and I hope it has it like I don't know. I feel like it's kind of been obvious on stream, but like I also hope it's not at the same time. I'm not exactly the best at hiding my emotions. I think I make things a bit too obvious, but unfortunately, it's it's not great. But now because I just I get tired of everything, right? Like at a certain point, it just kind of gets to ya. I'm looking forward to my vacation that's gonna be in a couple weeks now. I guess I've been kind of talking about it, but I haven't been like super advertising it, and so I should probably mention it a little bit more. I'll be gone the 14th through the 24th. So about a week and a half roughly, and I'll start streaming again on Wednesday the 25th. So yeah. So no, but basically from that time period, I will be gone to someplace a little bit warmer, with my dad and his fiance, who will not no longer be a fiance. So that's exciting. Uh, all things considered, because I do kind of like her. There are some issues, to say the least. And I know that my sister's not exactly a huge fan. I can definitely see her reasons, but at the same time, like I don't think she's the worst woman in the whole entire world. So it's I don't know, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But regardless, I will be gone for about that week and a half there. Which not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared because I had to fly in a plane, right? I had to pack my bags and fly across a vast amount of landmass. We'll say here, right? For this thing, and normally like I'm not scared of flying because I've flown so many times before in the past. Like it's not that big of a deal for me. But with everything going on right now, I'm just like, So 9/11? Like, Chad, if I don't come, if I don't, if I magically disappear and I don't actually come back on the 25th, right? You know what happened. You know what happened. If there's like some sort of like flight crash or bombing between that time period, you know where my location is at. That's how I get doxxed, right? I fly in a plane for this vacation. My first vacation, like actual real vacation in years. I've taken some breaks and kind of like gone off into the wilderness a little bit, which I guess you can argue that's a vacation. This is my first like real big super long vacation, right? Where I'm actually going some completely different, for real. And then the plane's gonna be bombed, and then it's like, oh well, Amalgamyte's dead. This is what she gets for not kissing the wall. The political VTuber dying in a terrorist attack would be crazy. Yeah, that would be quite funny. Quite funny. Praying for your safety. Why, thank you. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Eldrick Saga, for the 5. Hold on, that's a lot of 5, 10, 15, 20, $20 here. Oh, 25. Are you gonna try to like hit the goal by yourself on YouTube side of things? Do you want the P.E.P.E. hoodie that bad, or you're gonna like brute force it. I mean, I'm not complaining. I like that P.E.P.E hoodie too, but still, like, thank you, Electric Saga. um, Congrats to your dad also subbed because of side scrollers. Well, thank you. Welcome in anybody who's from side scrollers. Today that was lots of fun. Tonight the plan is to honestly, I should probably be careful how much foreplay I do today. Because I have 43 tabs about Iran. After the side scrollers today, I pretty much spent just just trying to find tabs with the situation. Because so I guess I guess I'll just kind of mention it now. On Saturday or Friday, yeah, because it's technically Saturday because it's like in the like 3 a.m. or something like that that all this shit kind of went down, right? I made a post on Twitter about how I don't care about Iran, and that is still technically true. Like, I was planning on just making a few tweets about the Iranian situation on Saturday, talking about it under the bridge with V, because I guess that's the podcast I have with him, right? And then after that, and then making a little statement today, but then focusing on other news. But then after that, just kind of leaving it alone, because I'm not interested in it, really. At least I wasn't interested in it. For the record, and I'll keep on saying this multiple times throughout stream. I'm not like a geopolitical specialist when it comes to war and military matters. I would say I'm pretty decent for an American when it comes to like British politics, and mediocre when it comes to general European politics. When it comes to like Germany and France and different things like that, because I do kind of keep my eye on that kind of stuff. But other than that, especially when it comes to war, I have a vagina. That doesn't interest me. I have no clue what's going on in that case, okay? Like, I like my history. I like my politics. And I know war is essential to politics. But once you get the tanks in and you feel like an F-14, a T-34, I don't know, 98K, whatever these like numbers and letters mean, and all this like different different lingo that goes with it, it just goes over my head. Okay, it just goes over the head. Just tell me what actually has happened in that case. And like maybe some like cool figures, like some generals doing some cool things, but the nitty gritty details, I don't know. And I have a man who like an autistic man tell me about the situation, because that's definitely more of a men's interest overall. And that's normal actually. Most women don't give a shit about these things. Actually, most women don't actually care about politics, except what's been spoon-fed through their mainstream media, right? So just to make that clear, but since I am the political VTuber and this is important, I was like, okay, so I'll tweet some of the same things about it, talk about it with V. I'll make a little short statement on Monday, and that's about it. Focus on something else, because I don't care about Iran, right? Well, things have changed in the past few days, and after side scrollers today, that this is the exact situation that I'm in. This was literally me the past like 5 hours ever since side scrollers in. Like not the alcohol, not the weed, not the cocaine. Though honestly, all of those combined sounds like a great trip, because monitoring the situation is just like, okay, we gotta lock in. We gotta focus. We gotta get like a super locked in and try to figure out what the fuck's going on. I am gathering all these tabs because I wasn't collecting them on Saturday because I didn't actually think I would actually be talking about this stuff, but shit's happening. Shit's happening, and I don't know. I don't know. Oh, fuck. So that was my day, at least, and I'm now mad. I went from being apathetic and demoralized because I'm tired of everything, looking forward for my vacation. Hope Israel's involved again, blah blah blah, right? To this is a lot more severe than I realized it was. I had a void moment, to say the least. Um, um, Jesus Christ. Oh, you guys already hit the P.E.P.E hoodie today? What, dude, we literally just started stream. And we already hit the goal for the P.E.P.E hoodie. My god, you guys are mad lads. I don't have anything for a second goal. Like, oh, I mean, thank you. Listen, this is a good problem to have. I cannot complain. Cannot complain. Thank you guys for being so generous over on the YouTube side. Especially Eldritch Saga, because we got another 5, 10, 15, 20, and then a whopping 50. My god. Okay, thank you, Eldritch Saga, so fucking much, dude. And no messages for any of them. He just really wants the P.E.P.E hoodie, I guess. Which, you know what? Once again, cannot complain, you know. Congratulations, everybody. You're now getting not only political news, but wartime, geopolitical, monitoring the situation news from an anime woman, a random anime woman on the internet who is wearing a P.E.P.E hoodie. And enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. So thank you, Eldritch Saga. Thank you. And thank you, Von Felsenbrot, for the $10 reduce as well. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Roses are red. Yesterday, you fought friends in Soviet forces. This donor goes to the game with the cartoon horses. You know what? As much as I hate what you're putting the $10 reduce for, that was actually a good rhyme. And so therefore, I'll be nice to you, Von Felsenbrot. And we don't fucking talk about what happened yesterday. Okay? We don't talk about what happened in the Soviet front, okay? Listen, I did my fucking best. Can I also blame the Jews for that too? Can I blame the Jews? Oh, thank you, Eldritch Saga, for $5 dues. Thank you. If you got a man, then have kids, please. We need more people worth something in the world. Well, I need a man to have kids in the first place. But who knows? Maybe my vacation will help with that. I already had people in Discord server yelling at me to touch grass and go find a man. And I was like, oh, we'll see. We'll see in that case. But then again, you have to like date for a bit, and then get married, right? That takes a while, and then you have to actually have the kids in the first place. So even if I get a boyfriend tomorrow, it's still gonna be a couple years before I start having kids.
Is it the Jews?
But that is the goal. That is the goal, to have
I'm
kids
assuming
one
it's always the
day,
Jews.
and I would like to keep on streaming while being married and having kids. So that is the dream. I'm all self-sabotaged. um, yeah. Speaking of blaming Jews, for those who don't know, because too many people are bringing this up in chat because you guys are. I am currently a RP, not that kind of RP, okay? With Arch, Porkers, Illumi, and Atari. It's a vampire campaign, Vampire the Masquerade particularly. We are Nazi vampires. Nazi vampires set in 1941, and yesterday was the first episode of it. And it was tons of fun. Like, I cannot wait for the next one, which will be on Friday the 13th, which reminds me, because of that, I'm gonna have to figure out something for the early Friday stream. I'll probably, cause like I'm be leaving on the 14th, so I want to do a stream before I leave on the 14th. But we're doing this on the 13th, and normally do an early Friday stream on the 13th. So I'll probably I'll probably still do the early Friday stream. It might be just a shorter one, like a send-off stream before I go. or maybe I'll make it earlier, or maybe I'll do one Thursday. I'll have to call. I'll probably figure it out once it gets a little bit closer, because I don't want to like my last stream to be Wednesday. I would like to do one before I actually leave. But like I said, I'll figure that out when I get closer. But yeah, this was really fun. The problem is, I botched rolls twice, and I may or may not have shot my allies twice in the process. So I'm secretly a Soviet spy. Fun fact: I'm a Mossad agent, a honeypot, and a Soviet spy. Welcome in, everybody. Um. So yeah, check that out when you get a chance. But of course after today's stream, because today's stream is in reality, and the tiny hats are still causing problems in reality. No, not in fantasy settings of a vampire campaign. And thank you, Hecker, for the $13 dues. Speaking of the vampire campaign, I'm sorry, Hecker, I didn't realize you donated yesterday. Because I was not paying attention. But thank you for the $13 dues. You associate with Nazi furry femboys, and I'm supposed to believe you aren't a trans black queen? Anyway, your D&D character is pretty cute. It would be better if she had a huge dick. I'm not gay, although, but Futanari and femboys are very Aryan in the new Super Hitler Viewer build. This is a great start to stream. I'm not gonna elaborate more on that. What is Blood talking about? The vampire campaign. Watch the vampire campaign to translate that crazy fucking message. Oh my god. I thank you, Vlad Impaler, for being the Gakube's strongest soldier, for a couple months now. Thank you. And then thank you, Delta Cross. Oh my god, speaking of Jews and shekels, thank you for the 100 shekels. My god, okay. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. It's really shit that I was gonna say this on Friday, the 27th stream, decided not to. Amal, solve this quote or the money goes to whichever game you hate the most, probably MLP. A blank is always the first casualty of war. I mean, let's see. Truth is always the first casualty of war. That's the saying, right? So, like, since I solved it, do I not have to put that towards any game fun then? Because I know the quote, right? I'm retarded, but I'm not like that retarded. Okay, so since I believe I solved it, I'm not gonna put that to anything. Okay, Delta Cross, unless they say otherwise. Unless they say otherwise, it's a lot of shekels, and so therefore that if you want me to put that to a game fun, I will. But still. I thank you, Danny Delito, for the $10 videos. Thank you. Just think, admitting it like this will make so many angry at Israel, lesser extent than the admin as well. Marco does the same thing without being given parameters, and so far keeps nailing it to who he hates. Put a fun to put a P.E.P.E on the P.E.P.E hoodie. Okay, not sure about that, because it's already a pain in the ass. Listen, I'm so technology inept that it takes me forever to figure out these things in general. Lord help me trying to figure out how to do a P.E.P.E on a P.E.P.E hoodie, but that's kind of a good idea, so I'll write that down so I'll forget about it. Out of things to do that I haven't done yet. P.E.P.E could help if I... Hey. Hoodie. I like that. That's clever. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. But whichever you like best, then I guess. What game do I like the best? Because half of them. I guess I'll put it to Silent Hill too, because that fun's been kind of abandoned for a while now. Which that maybe I shouldn't do that because if the fund's been abandoned, that means there's other things you guys want to focus on instead. And so that means the money's basically null. But like I don't want to put it towards anything else because everything else sounds awful. I guess Alien Isolation then, because I mean I don't want to play that game either, but at the same time, I do know chat wants that, and that's a bit far away. There we go. Beautiful. Pepe's. That's the dream. That's the dream. And then before we get to end the things, I wanna thank the Kick Bros. Thank you, Danny DeLito, for your sub baby for 5 months in a row. Thank you. Holy shit, it's already been 5 months because I heard your weird mouth noises on a stream. You're welcome, Danny DeLito. Thank you for stopping by. I thank you, Castle Baron, for the stubby bubby for 3 months in a row. And I think that's it for side of caught up there. Well, thank you guys. Thank you. You've been very, very nice. You've been very, very nice. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and I already had to do the first blowing of the nose of the stream. Oh, we're off to a good start. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna adjust my mic. Maybe if I adjust my mic, maybe that will make my mic not go in and out less. I don't know. I'm just praying for the best at this point. One of these days, I need to ask Stream to help me figure out my mic issues that I've been having for the past few weeks. I keep on forgetting, because, like, as soon as stream's over, okay, it's like, okay, stream's over, move on to the next thing that needs to do. Okay, answer DMs. Okay, DMs are done. Okay, so I need to get to tomorrow's tweets out. Okay, do that. Okay, and then once I get tomorrow's tweets out, then what else do I need to do? Okay, I need to do this thing. Okay, great. You know, that kind of deal. It's just like, I just, like, immediately jump to the next thing to focus on. And then I just completely forget until the next stream what needs to be done for that stream. Because, like, oh, it's stream time. So therefore, I focus on stream things. I'm not very smart. And yet I'm gonna be talking about geopolitical wars. Man. Well, what a timeline. What a timeline. Honestly, speaking of timelines, right? When I said earlier about, like, oh, on Saturday, I wasn't really expecting to talk about it much more than beyond Saturday itself, because if this is not something that I'm interested in, or that kind of deal, right? I'm like, I just want to void max. Like, there's my favorite account on Twitter is Mackenzie Tuff, and she's just like, yeah, guys, I'm gonna void max on this one. I'm gonna let my husband take care of things. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I just want to void max too. Just let the men deal with the war. And I was just like, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. And then today happened, and it's like, okay, we're now void maxing. We got to be as strong and independent woman today. Shit's going down. So speaking of shit going down, let's get the party started, because not only do we have Iran, but we have so much to go over, and I just need to keep on yapping. So for those who live under a rock, on Saturday, Israel launched the first strike on Iran, and then as a joint effort with the United States, and started bombing Tehran as well. And there's some videos out there showing smoke and explosions. There's also a bunch of videos that because the thing is, whenever something like this happens, there's a lot of ambulance chasing because everyone wants to report on the news first. And so lots of videos circulate online about that of previous attacks that are actually not what has occurred. because it's just people just posting random videos that they find, either genuinely believing that that's actually the case, or just trying to get clicks by showing explosions or whatever the situation is. There was one, and I don't have it because I didn't save it. There was one that's being passed around of some sort of like attack in India, and the people are saying that that was with bombs in Tehran, and it's like these people are clearly Indian. Like I know Middle Easterners are darker skins than the Europeans, but they're not that dark, and they're not shit skin color dark either. And it was kind of obvious that they were Indians, but that was getting passed around a bit, and it's just like, okay, yep. Like Delta Cross said earlier in his super chat, truth is the first casualty of war. Yep, we're there. So, and after, because the thing is, we bombed Iran back in June of last year. It was their nuclear weapon site, and back then, I think the VOD might be lost because I did have to wipe my channel back in the summertime because YouTube's a little bit on the gay side, so I guess it got lost. If people have the archive, good for them. If you don't, well, anyways. And I was not exactly a fan of when we did it then, because I was pretty sure of Israel's involvement, and sure enough, it really felt like that it basically turned out that Israel did force us to bomb the nuclear weapons in Iran, because we were the only ones that had the capabilities to strike as deep as where they were keeping them in the whole entire world. Because honestly, our military is pretty strong. Like, I am American. I am America first. I support the military, even if I don't support how the military is used. And our military is pretty fucking badass. And we have some pretty amazing things, including enough that can actually strike that deep. And Israel basically forced our hand to be able to do so, since we're the only ones that are able to do it. I wasn't too happy. I wasn't too happy about that, because I get that Israel and the United States interests can align from time to time. Like, I get that's a thing. But when it's every single time, I get a bit suspicious. Being like, okay, so is this actually genuinely good for the United States, or is it Israel again? Oh, it's Israel again. Okay. And if at a certain point, it's a boy who cried wolf, right? One of these times, actually, will be something genuine for the United States. And but nobody's gonna believe it, and that including me, because I'm not that smart. And it's just gonna be like, oh, it's Israel again, just because that's simply how it works. But then there's also the Maduro situation back in January now, when we went, hippity hoppity, your president's now our property here, where we kidnapped him at 3 a.m. That actually seemed like a case of America's interest is the best. Though once again, there was some Israel involvement with it, which I was once again hesitant on as well. Because, one, I'm not a big fan of Israel, and two, my general disposition when it comes to geopolitical war policy stuff is more isolationist. Like, I get we're the world hegemon, and so we have to use soft and hard power to have our control, because that's how we keep our status as world hegemon. And I much rather us than China, for example, because those are the only people that can actually really have like a case to become the next world hegemon. So I get we have to do that from time to time, but generally my position is isolationism. I don't like really getting involved with other countries' problems. I believe they should take care of them themselves, especially when it comes to the Middle East. Hence why I was hesitant when the Iran bombings that happened last year, and well, now today. But after Iran being a simple bomb and get the fuck out of there, nothing actually really happened. Like, we bombed them, and then, we didn't send troops. There was nothing else. It's kind of like, okay, it seemed like a one and done thing. And then Maduro being kidnapped, and that also being like a one and done thing. Like, I'm well aware that the Maduro situation is still thinly going on, because you can't just kidnap a president and just be over with it. Like, I'm aware that US officials are still down in Venezuela figuring things out. But when it comes to like the striking, the military aspect of things, when people start dying and boots are on the ground, that's when things get quite serious, and that's where I get more hesitant on, because I get that war is natural for countries and nations. It's how they defend themselves, and it's how they gain territory. war has been literally the main decider of human history for the entirety of humanity. The last major war was World War II, and then ever since then we've had, quote unquote, peace. Once again, it's relative peace, and with that kind of deal. But it and so I know peace can't last forever, but there's a difference between striking first and being on the defensive. Like, usually whoever strikes first is considered the evil one, even if it's supposed to be a quote-unquote defensive strike, because you're still seen as the first one to actually start the war. And that's never exactly a good position to be in, because then you're automatically painted as a villain, no matter how justifiable your means are. And that's how I felt like we did with this case. But I was really hoping, once again, this was going to be a simple, okay, bombed Iran last year, one and done. Kidnapped the Maduro, one and done. I was hoping that this would be the same thing with killing the Ayatollah. One and done. And, we maybe, because after he's, two out of two times, he can be successful third. But things have definitely spiraled out more than just a simple, killing a president. Not president, Ayatollah. Which makes logical sense if I thought about it for more than 2 seconds. But I was really hoping that, maybe, just maybe, this wouldn't be such a big deal, right? Yeah. Because, well, here we go. We should start from kind of the origin, roughly, before we get into some of the more nitty-gritty details. But yes, Trump announced the death of Ayatollah Khamenei on True Social. Any of these foreign people, I'm gonna butcher their names. I can barely pronounce English. Lord help me when it comes to foreigners. Okay. But he says Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all the great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there is not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there before we continue the rest of his statement, because to make my position clear, not like a random Indian. Yes, I am Indian. Ooh! I love Vishnu. Not like a random VTuber's opinion really matters on this case, but I do not give a flying shit about the Iranian people. Okay? Call me heartless, but I do not care about foreigners. They are random people in a foreign country halfway across the world. I don't care if they love the Ayatollah. I don't care if they hate him and they wanted him overthrown and they're dancing in the streets like the Israelis. I don't care what they want, because I don't think we should be doing things. I don't think with the excuse of freeing the people of Iran is a valid excuse to get involved with it. Anybody who brings up the fact that the Iranians want this, I feel like is retarded. Because why should you care if the Iranians want it or not when we have a million issues here at home? Like, there's a terrorist attack that happened, which I do have tabs about. We'll get to that later once we actually get through the Iran issue tonight. We have millions upon millions of illegals and legals in the United States are causing endless problems. These mass deportations are slowly happening, and it's questionable at best. Like, we have activist judges. We have trainee terrorist attacks every 2 weeks now, and they're getting more and more frequent. We have a huge fertility crisis that's occurring too. Our women are batshit insane thanks to birth control and SSRIs and a whole bunch of other things and propaganda. Our economy's ass. Like, there are a million different things we can focus on at home. I do not give a flying fuck what the Iranian people want, because if they want to be free, they should rise up against their government and free themselves. And if they don't want to be free, then, well, they can just keep on licking the Ayatollah's boot. I really don't fucking care. They're foreigners, not my country, not my fucking problem. And so the fact that the first thing that Trump's actually using to justify the Ayatollah's death is that the Iranian people can take back their country. I don't care. And I know some people are like, oh, but the Persians, like the Persians are based and amazing. Listen, buddy, okay, this is where my lack of history kind of comes in. I'll fully admit, but I still don't care about the Persians. And seeing how the Muslims just conquer and slaughter and rape and completely can take over and mind rape people throughout the centuries. I'm not sure if the Persians actually still exist, but that's where my lack of history kind of comes in a little bit. Like, but still, once again, not my country, not my fucking problem. But anyway, I'll continue on with this post. I'm annoyed, if you can't tell today. I went from being apathetic and demoralized, I just want to avoid Max, I'm exhausted, to I'm ready to commit mass murder and Minecraft. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity, later they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully emerge with their Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. See, once again, I don't fucking care. The process should soon be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Thank you for attending to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Well, one, just because the Ayatollah is dead doesn't mean they're still not striking us. It's very important to note that Iran's a Hydra. Because they have been aware of the hostilities of US and Israel against them for a very long time, they have completely centralized a lot of their wartime efforts. And so just because the Ayatollah is dead, they have people underneath him, and even if I know a lot of the leaders under the Ayatollah is also dead as well. But they keep on decentralizing as much as possible so they can just keep on striking. Now how long that actually lasts, how effective that is, the time will tell in that case, but that's why they're continuing striking to this point, because just because the Ayatollah is dead doesn't mean they don't carry on. You cut off one head, 2 more grows back. It's not solving the problem. This is not just a decapitation strike. It's done and over, like in the case of Maduro, where they kidnapped him and it's all over. This is a hot fucking mess. In this case, also want to note there's no way we can have peace throughout the Middle East. The Middle East has been a war-torn zone since the beginning of time. There has never once been a period of peace in the Middle East other than under Sargon of Akkad, not the YouTuber, the actual historical figure. Other than that, constant war, constant bloodshed, constant fighting between the people there, and then the Jews coming around, and then the Muslims and everything like that. There's constant problems there. When you have very limited resources because you have arid region, and you have to, fight to defend yourselves for your oases and whatever other supplies you have, it leads to problems. And, well, that's never going to happen. It's just never going to happen. There's a reason why they're so violent, and not to mention the Middle East is just completely overrun by Islam at this point, which is extremely violent in religion, completely incompatible with the West. Peace throughout the Middle East is physically not possible unless we go in there and have complete control. Like, we bomb the smithereens like we did with Japan, right? We nuke them a couple times, we send in the troops, and then we stay there for a few decades and completely control them and pacify them. It takes a few generations to get the Stockholm Syndrome settled in, and then that could possibly happen. But I don't want that to happen, because then again it goes back to my typical general isolationist opinion on things. And still also the Middle East, so chances are, unless we wipe out Islam, they're still going to be violent. It's just not possible in this case at all. Like, it's just, like, this whole statement he makes, it's moralistic, not factual. And I hate it so much. Now, this is a couple days old because this was on Saturday, February the 28th. But it is still the President of the United States making a statement. And the fact that the President of the United States is using moralistic arguments to justify this is irritating to me. Because morals go out the door when it comes to war. Morals don't matter in war. Like, it does in the Western world because we have liberalism, we have Christianity, we have NATO and the Geneva Convention. We saw what happened with the world wars and we're like, okay, never again, right? And so we came together, wrote down a bunch of things on piece of paper so we would follow these rules. But the rest of the world is a third world shithole. They don't care. They just want to win. If they have to sacrifice women and children, use them as suicide bombers to win, sure. If they use our morals against us, great. But best for them, right? Like they don't care about these things. And so if you focus on morality so much when it comes to war, you automatically make yourself weak because it doesn't matter because the other side doesn't care. And the other side doesn't care, they'll blow past your defenses and your moral arguments and just literally blow you up, which has happened every single time in the Middle East. I have Middle East fatigue. In fact, the vast majority of Americans have Middle East fatigue. Most people in the West have Middle East fatigue as well because it's just constantly happening when we do this. Now, do I see Iran becoming an endless war like Iraq or Afghanistan in those cases? I don't think it will be so bad where it's dragged out for years. But it's still not great to see him use these arguments to justify it. It was nice in Venezuela when he just said it's for oil. Yeah, there's some Israel ties in there that made me hesitant. But the fact that he just matter of fact came out and said multiple times, it's just for oil, was great. It was refreshing. That's actually why a lot of people were relatively okay with the Maduro situation. One, because it was funny, and two, he just straight up said, yeah, it's for oil. No moral fagging or anything like that. It's just straight, it's oil. But this case, no, we must save the Iranian people. Peace throughout the Middle East. I don't give a shit about the peace throughout the Middle East or the Iranian people. Give me some actual hardline facts of why we're going in. Which eventually they do. Trust me, I have 43 tabs we'll go into in this case. But keep in mind, this is what he led on February the 28th after the Ayatollah died, right? This is his statement on his death. And he's using more arguments. It just annoys me to no end. Sorry, I'm angry. I'm angry today. Though today they did make the United States State Department did make a statement that I figured I would also kind of lead with this too, just in case you're watching me in fucking Bahrain, where the fuck that's at. But if you needed to, they say that you need to depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risk. And here's the list of countries to get the fuck out of: Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. The entire Middle East. What a shock. The entire Middle East is on fire. This is the Middle East. Wow. I don't know why you would be there in the first place. Other than for like business ventures and stuff like that. Or if you're a trader and you live in Israel. But hey, if you're in there, run. If you can get out, because all the flights are such a hot mess. There's like videos of people in the airport, which I didn't bring up any of them because there's conflicting information of, okay, what time period is this coming from, that kind of deal. It goes back to the whole ambulance chasing problem that a lot of people have with these situations where they post videos of that with the wrong context and the wrong date for different things. But I'm sure some of them are valid because that's a lot of countries that are on fire right now, and a lot of people want to get the fuck out of Dodge, don't they? And Donald Trump did make a series of announcements. Actually, they're out of order. There is one on February the 28th, and one today on March 2nd. This is 6 minutes here. I meant to re-listen to them before stream started, and I forgot. I did listen to them when they was posted, but they're very long. He is basically justifying what has occurred, but we will listen to him because it is Orange Man after all. Though there's lots of I realize there's lots of super chats as well, because well, a lot of people are upset about the situation. So I will do those real quick before we start with the Orange Man. Here. So Gus of the Dorks, thank you for the $20 videos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To be fair, all of this has more to do with cutting off oil to China than IDF wants. Interests align with this one time. Also saw you run side scrollers. Must be Big Dave. They need their MLP expert. Fallout Equestria. Please kill yourself. And Minecraft, obviously. Get made in Canada or something along those lines. For the MLP stuff. People are saying about the oil things with China, and that's like the only valid explanation that I am willing to agree slash be okay with when it comes to the stuff in Iran. But there's other factors in this as well that really makes that just really just puts a bad taste in my mouth about the whole situation. And so, okay, we cut off China's oil exports, which is I guess good because fuck China. But wouldn't that piss off China and possibly make them angry at us too, and then lead us more to a possible war with China? I don't think it's actually going to happen because it seems like they're pretty content actually staying out of the whole conflict because technically they're allied with Iran and they have, according right now, they have no interest in joining, so they're not exactly good allies. Surprise, surprise. But it's just like, okay, if China relies on 20% of their oil from Iran, that's a pretty big deal. Which is good, which is, like I said, that is a most reasonable argument I've seen for why we're doing this, in my personal opinion. But the White House hasn't said anything along those lines. The White House isn't using that excuse. The only people I'm seeing that are using this is just the posters themselves, like you guys in chat and just people on Twitter. Like, it's not coming from the White House directly. So, like, I don't, not like I'm a big fan of the government. I know the government lies, but once they already were straight up about Maduro with the oil situation, they can just do it now with China instead of the whole making it about the free of the Iranian people and, oh, Iran was weeks away from nuclear weapons for the 150th time in the past 30 years. Oh, fuck off. Thank you, Eldritch Saga, for the $5 reduce. Most of these problems wouldn't be solved unless we pass an amendment where only American citizens can hold office or have power slash benefits votes property. I agree. I mean, there's more to that solution to try to solve these problems than just having only American citizens be in office. But that's a huge issue. That's a huge point right there that needs to happen. And thank you, the big Helio, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Low on RAM, just download some more, dummy. That's an old reference. What the fuck? But thank you. Okay, let's listen to what the Orange Man has to say. This is from February the 28th. So let's listen to what he has to say on February the 28th versus what's today.
A short time ago.
Oh my god, he's so quiet.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
Sorry, I'm gonna increase the playback speed because he talks kind of slow. And we have a lot to go through. This is 8 minutes in itself, so let's try 1.5 speed.
For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days.
He's talking about the Iranian hostage situation, or Iran hostage situation in 1979 under President Carter. So, for the record, I've been ranting about Israel and the whole war. I'm not on Iran's side either. Okay, personally, I think we should just glass the sandbox. Like, I hate everyone. Okay, equally. I do not like anyone in the Middle East. I don't like Muslims. I don't like Israel. I don't like any of that. The whole region of desert and nothing. I don't like any of them. If they go ahead and nuke each other, well, one less worry I had to, one less thing I had to worry about on my list. Okay. Um, though Carter was a horrible fucking president, the worst president until Biden came along, in my personal opinion. But I do like him in a condescending way, in a sort of. I remember I went to Hot Topic once, and many years ago now, and they had Funko Pops of the presidents, including Carter. And I just had to. I was dying, standing there, dying, laughing, and my friends had no clue why I was doing so, because the fact that they had a fucking Funko Pop of President Carter, just, I just loved it. I just loved it so much. The worst president ever, and they have a Funko Pop of him, and I bought it. So I actually have a Funko Pop of President Carter, the peanut farmer. Oh. And one of the many things that makes him such a terrible president is the Iran hostage situation, because Iran did hold 66 people hostage back in 1979, and it wasn't until Reagan came around 2 years later in 1981 that we were able to free them, and only 55 of them. So I think roughly, if I remember correctly, 11 of them died in the process there. And God knows what unspeakable things they went through. And then there's also the him selling off the Panama Canal as well. He was just a very weak president overall. And but that's what I guess you get for being a peanut farmer.
In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been.
So I don't doubt that Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror. I don't, like, because it's Islam. Like, it's a very violent religion, and Iran is one of the worst ones when it comes to this. When it comes to it, you have like Saudi Arabia, which is also Muslim, and they're much more reasonable. You could possibly say that's because they kind of put wealth over their own religion in that case. Iran are more of a theocracy. They're more ideological about it, and I've heard they have connections to like the cartels in South America and various other things. I know they're horrible people. Once again, I don't care if they get bombed. In this case, like, it's the Middle East after all. Um, the issue is I just don't care about their people. Like, is it bad? That the people protesting and rioting are getting killed for trying to free themselves. Yes, I don't support that anyways, but it's also not my problem as an American. because they're not Americans. They're Iranians in a foreign country halfway across the world. Okay, yeah, Ayatollah is a problem, but I don't care about what he does to his people. I care about what he does to the United States. And if it is true that they are the top state sponsor of terrorism and are working with the cartels to weaken the United States, then that's actually a valid reason to kind of go after them. That's a bit more justifiable. That makes this whole war a bit more palatable when it comes down to things.
In the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore.
At least Trump's acknowledging that it's been going on for decades because and I have a clip somewhere that I'll show later of Netanyahu saying for 30 years about how close Iran is from getting nuclear weapons, or weeks away from Iran getting nuclear weapons. They've been saying this line for literally 30 fucking years. So it's the boy who cried wolf once again in this case, because a lot of people, including me, are crossing X out on this excuse. Because, okay, you've been saying they've been close to getting nuclear weapons for this long, and then they never got those nukes, and you always try to like fear monger and make people concerned about this thing. What makes this claim real now? Now, to be fair, as a counter argument, it kind of seems like it is real now because we did bomb them back in the summer last year and supposedly obliterated it. And the fact that they're not giving up on those means to get it and not actually reaching peace with the United States for it is a concern. So it's possible that now is the time. Now is actually real. But go once again, boy who cried wolf. You've said for 30 years now they're weeks away from nuclear weapons. A lot of people aren't believing you anymore just because you're the orange man.
Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We are going to annihilate their navy. We are going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for...
See, I get it's war, so when that happens, then there are casualties. And spoiler alerts, there have been casualties already. Because once again, this announcement was on Saturday, February the 28th. But it's still, from a lot of Americans' perspectives, this was avoidable. Because once again, they've been crying about Iran for decades now, for having so close to having nukes. Nothing ever happened, because nothing ever happens until something happens, right? And we were the ones that took the first shot. Well, Israel was, but then we did a joint effort with them and helped them out with it. So a lot of people see it as we were the first ones to strike, and so we're the villains here. We're the problem because Iran didn't actually do anything, and so now we're having casualties for a war that we started. It's not a good look optics wise, and as much as I'm like personally for myself, I don't really care about optics because I'm not trying to go into different things to convince normies about certain issues. I'm just kind of here to rant and ramble about whatever I want to like talk about and any pressing issues. But when it comes to the presidency, optics is important, or else you're going to be having, well, not like voting really matters all that much, but you're more likely to actually lose in the polls, um, in the election. Everyone's worried about the midterms coming up later this year because it hasn't been exactly great the past 6 to 9 months under the first term of Trump's presidency here. Started off really strong for the first like 3 to 4 months, but it's just been downhill since. And this is highly unpopular with the vast majority of Americans because everyone has Middle East fatigue. They have black fatigue, they have tranny fatigue, they have gay fatigue, and they have Middle East fatigue. No one actually likes these people and these issues at all. And then you add in casualties, actual real American citizens, right? Not the fucking Iranians, because nobody actually really cares about the Iranians. They just say they do for moral sake. Dying? It's not great optically in that case.
Every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many,
It's not going to be theirs to take. I hate let's say this is a moral, ideological, liberal argument here that he's making. It's not going to be theirs to take because they're trying to push for democracy in the Middle East. Democracy is a Western concept. It's liberalism, which is another Western concept. It's not compatible with the rest of the world because it's purposely developed for the West within our systems for Christianity, for white people. That's who it belongs to in this case. In the Middle East, they prefer theocracies generally. Because they're a lot more attuned with their religion. And then, other third world countries have their own methods and systems there, and most of them prefer authoritarian governments. So they're trying to push for democracy here. And it's gonna be so Trump's like, oh, it's gonna be yours to take. Okay, so we're gonna set up a democracy. And what if they vote for another theocracy? Because that's happened before in the past where we're like, oh, we're libertarian. It's liberating you here in the Middle East. I forget which country it was. Was it Iraq? Chat, you guys can correct me on this. And then they voted for the theocracy, and it's just like, oh, old boss out, new boss in, same as the old boss here. It's not compatible in that case. If that happens, maybe they do. Maybe the Persians are actually back. But then also, there's another factor too of chances are, even though he says it's for theirs to take, it's probably going to be backed by the United States. I mean, we're going through all this effort to destroy Iran. Even though he says it's for them to take, it's whoever's going to be more aligned with U.S. and Israel is going to be the one backed and pushed forward by the U.S. and Israel, and that will be their option, the correct option they're supposed to take. So it's either going to be one of these situations. There's a really good choice. This seems like the illusion of choice. It's like the cow meme, right? Where it has the two pathways divided by a wall, then it stops kind of close to the end, and it leads to the same outcome. It's roughly that. Like it's regardless, the Iranians don't actually have much of a choice. What is he talking about? It was Afghanistan. That's what that happened. Okay, thank you. They're all the same to me personally. They're all shitholes. They're all Islamists. The only ones I'm like relatively. I don't say okay. That's not the right wording. I'm relatively neutral about question of mark. There is Saudi Arabia and Qatar because they just really care about their wealth and amassing more and more wealth. Not saying they're good, right? Because obviously Qatar has actually a lot of propaganda within the United States, and that's a problem. But I, at least I can them focusing mostly on wealth aspects other than jihad and mass murdering Westerners is a bit better. You know, not great, but still.
Years you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So that was his speech on February 28th. So it's much better than his statement about the Ayatollah dying. Because this is all moralist arguments that are annoying. At least in this case, he made, one? Possibly two? Depending on your opinion of different things. Good points for why this is occurring. But this is today.
Over the past 36 hours.
Oh, I had that. I'm gonna do them 1.5 times again.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now, it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
Which this lines up with what he said on Saturday, right? It's war, there's going to be casualties. And sure enough, there were 3 casualties. Actually, update, there's actually been 4 technically. And there probably will be more as things go on. Still highly unfortunate. He makes it sound like, other than the casualties, everything's going very swell. But, my tabs say otherwise.
Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against, basically, civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world, by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do. But it's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions.
And once again, like, he's actually kind of making some relatively question mark decent points because Iran is a horrible country. But the only way for this to work is if we wipe them out. Like, the decapitation strategy that they've implemented is not working with how decentralized the command is, so they just keep on fighting until you literally stab the Hydra in the heart. I don't want boots to be on the ground. Once the boots are on the ground, this will be a forever war. At the rate things are going. I used, like, after the Iran strike last year and Maduro, I was thinking, wow, forever wars are a choice. Just part of the military industrial complex to justify giving government grants to all these military companies that we hire out, like Raytheon and the other ones, right? And then they go and kick back the politicians for doing so. That's really what the forever wars were all about. It was all a choice, for not actually solving the problem. We had the full capabilities of doing so, and I still think that, but I don't want boots on the ground. I don't want Americans to die. In this case, I know already some have died for the terrorist attacks, but the price that we have to pay to completely wipe out Iran is, and maybe I'm being a woman about this, but that's not a price that I'm willing to pay. Like, and it's not like I don't want my men, my fellow countrymen dying for another shitty war in the Middle fucking East. I have Middle East fatigue. Maybe this is the one that could be justifiable, but as I've said like 5 times already, boy who cried wolf. So part of my skepticism here.
Actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, and police to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And we have some reports like the U.S. military has sunk in all 11 Iranian military ships in the Gulf of Oman. Okay, sounds all nice and dandy, especially with what Trump was saying, making us sound very badass for how successful the mission has been. And that is true. It seems like we have caused a lot of damage to Iran. I try to keep my tabs relatively in order here. But the problem is, the UAE and Qatar are attempting to pressure Trump to end the war. Per Reuters. And Trump tells CNN the big wave hasn't even happened. The big one is coming soon. So I don't think that the pressure is really working. Now, this was technically at 10:30 this morning. This was at 12:48 p.m. So, you know, maybe things have changed a couple hours. But I don't think that's going to be the case either, because then Iran, later at 2:30 today, said it's ready to wage an all-out war with the United States and Israel. So, even though we've been vastly successful and we did all this damage, we wiped out the Ayatollah twice technically, because we killed the original one, and then the second one was being installed, and a few hours later we got him too. We got a lot of the high command. We got the 11 military ships and everything like that. But Iran is not giving up at all, and they have yesterday they kind of went willy-nilly with how they're attacking people. Just a little bit kind of all over the place. In the past 24 hours, this was posted yesterday, Sunday, so Saturday and Sunday, Iran attacked, directly or indirectly, 15 different countries or the military. Israel, United States, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Oman, Syria, Cyprus, France, Camp de la Pax, UAE, so it's the military base there, Italy, NATO camp at Ali Al Salem base, so once again, their military base in Italy, Italy's military base there, United Kingdom, Akrotiri, Cyprus. Iran's not making any friends with this, and they're once again they're not giving up at all. Like, things have completely spiraled. Like I said, on Saturday, I was like, okay, I don't care about this thing. Hopefully it's a one and done. It's the Middle East. The Middle East, the sand NWAs are kicking up a storm again. Whatever. And then all of a sudden, 15 different countries or the military have been attacked, directly or indirectly, by Iran. I'm not gonna say it's a world war, because that's too far. I feel like, once again, it's been overstated. We had the Beanie Man Tim Pool crying that it's going to be a civil war or a world war for years now over different things. People are saying world war for Venezuela, Iran's attacks on Iran last year, Ukraine, Palestine, all that fun stuff. They've been saying there's going to be a world war for ages now over various conflicts. But this is the first time where 15 different countries are being attacked directly or indirectly. Also, it's within the surrounding areas, and they're all Middle Eastern, so I could kind of not care about them. But they also attacked military bases of people in Europe. And that's where things get a little bit more tricky. Like, that's a little bit concerning, which, with seeing this list here with Iran, Oman, Syria, stuff like that, that explains why the State Department was like, yeah, if you're American, you should probably get the fuck out of there. Because things are clearly heating up in that direction. If it wasn't completely obvious, seeing that Iran has attacked them, directly or indirectly. So I'm not gonna say it's World War III, but it's a little bit spicy. A little bit spicy when one tiny, not tiny, I know Iran's pretty big, but like, tiny against the United States, starts just swinging wildly at everyone around them. Ideally, they would get crushed pretty easily, right? Because they're not making friends, they're making enemies. But when so many countries are getting involved in a fight, that's pretty impressive, especially in the modern age here. And because of all of this, right before stream started, the US is preparing for a major uptick of attacks in the next 24 hours. I don't know if this means attacks as in, like, Iran attacking Israel or the other surrounding countries again, or if this means actual attacking in the United States. I'm going to assume it's the former, because that makes the most logical sense, because if Iran actually attacks the United States somehow, which their missiles can't actually reach this far, but if they have more sleeper cells or other means to do so, that's suicidal. At that point, at this point, I just completely just blow them up. Like, I would 100% justify it in that case. Just go nuke them, and end it now. That's crossing a line. I don't care what happens in the Middle East, right? I don't care that Oman got attacked. It's concerning, but I don't really care. Actually, do something on U.S. soil. Okay, well, bum 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 bum, Iran. Bum 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 bum, Iran. But I'm going to assume it's the former, based off the context. But this is not being over anytime soon. It's not a one and done situation like a lot of people are assuming on Saturday. And the decapitation strategy with the Ayatollah, the two Ayatollahs technically, was not working out either. It's still continuing on, and a lot of people have been saying that the Iranians are really happy and thanking the U.S. and Israel for saving them. I have no doubt there are a lot of Iranians that are happy. There are plenty of videos on Twitter that are circulating of sluts dancing about being free, and it's like, oh, okay, you just want to be free to be OnlyFans whores. Okay, I really wasn't caring about your opinion, but now I really don't like your opinion because one, you're a woman, and two, you're a whore. In that case. But what people are also not talking about, because they're talking, people on the right are trying to justify this with a moral argument that the people want this. But there's also people of large pro-government crowds have gathered in Tehran to support the Islamic Republic of Iran. They're standing in support of retaliation against surrender. I think it's a little bit suicidal to be in an open plaza when you are being, bombed and everything in your capital. But you do you. If they explode, not my problem once again. So both sides, good people on both sides, exists in this conflict. Oh goddamn! I have to say though, right before stream started, because my dad knows I cover politics, and but I don't really talk politics with him. Like my household, I was raised where we just didn't talk politics. I tried once when I was like 6 or 7 years old to ask about politics, and my dad shut me down because it was inappropriate. And in that case, I say inappropriate, not like the like sexual type of deal. It's just that you shouldn't be asking for other people's political opinions. Is what he taught me. And so like there's never been like a huge thing. But he was asking me earlier about the situation in Iran, and I brought up some things about it, including the fact that it's because of Israel, which literally Marco Rubio said, which we'll get to it in a bit, but it's fucking crazy. And he's like, well, I saw on the news that the Iranian people are very happy about this, and they're actually thanking Israel. And he spent like 5 minutes of defending this with Israel's involvement and everything like that. And I just had to stand there and just be like, oh, okay, Dad. My dad's a literal boomer, and for being a literal boomer, he could be worse. He could be watching CNN instead of Fox News, right? Like, at least he's MAGA, and he supports deporting illegals. He's okay with legals, but he supports deporting illegals and stuff. And he really isn't the worst in this case. But he was very stuck on the fact that Israel's our ally and Israel's done no harm, and the Iranian people want to be free. I just sat there just like, Dad, I love you. But this is why we don't talk politics. Yeah, but it is what it is. And I think he could tell that I just wasn't like happy with his opinion, because he ended it with a whole like, well, that's just my opinion and everything, it is what it is. And then he gave me a hug and walked away. And it's like, and I try to like smooth things over, like, it's okay, yeah, it's okay, love you, Dad. It is what it is, because like I'm not actually like, mad at him for his opinion, but I can't debate him on it, because then it's gonna be like this huge drawn out deal. And he's gonna stick with his side of things, I'm gonna stick with my side of things. And there's no point causing bad blood with my dad over a disagreement over Israel when I know it's a lost cause, because neither side are going to compromise or see the other side or anything like that. So it's just like, yeah, it's okay, Dad. You're a boomer. I love you. the boomers are one-shotted by Israel. But and also included with the whole three casualties that we've had, we've also had actually 4 casualties technically to be updated. We also had a little bit of friendly fire fun today. Now I swear I wasn't involved with this time. Okay, anybody coming from the vampire campaign on Arch's channel, I was not the one involved with this friendly fire. Okay, I didn't shoot anybody this time. I swear, trust me, bro. This was completely different. 3 US F-15s involved in friendly fire incident in Kuwait, pilot safe. Tampa, Florida. At 11:03 p.m. ET, March 1st, 3 US F-15E Strike Eagles flying in support of Operation Emperor Fury went down over Kuwait due to apparent friendly fire incident. During active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles, and drones, the United States Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. All 6 air crew ejected safely, have been safely recovered, and are in stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we're grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defense Forces in support in the ongoing operations. The cause of this incident is under investigation. Additional information will be released as it becomes available. So, we know it's. I'm glad that these people are safe, because that would have been 6 more added to the death toll. Especially for friendly fire, which is pretty embarrassing, but happens a lot in war. Trust me, I know. From yesterday.
Is it the Jews? I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
I do kind of question the friendly fire thing a little bit, because, well, I just don't trust Israel, and I don't trust the Middle East either. So I don't really see what Israel will have to gain, since they're using us as part of their sacrifice in this case. So I will take this at face value that it really was just Kuwait fucking up, and it was just an accident. But it's not the best look either. But yeah, at least they're safe. At least they're safe. It could be worse. It could be worse. Oh god. And on top of it, going beyond actual casualties and firing and stuff, but Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, which is actually pretty important and dire. And I found a video that explains it a lot better than a dumb woman could ever explain it. So I figured we could watch this today, because well, like I said, it'll explain it better as why this is so important when it comes to the war and what's happening.
Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz.
Let me adjust the audio and all that fun stuff.
If Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, what impact will it have on the entire world, and which country will be affected the most? First, let's understand what the Strait of Hormuz actually is. It is a small area of just 33 kilometers, located between Iran, Oman, and the UAE. It is a narrow sea passage through which almost 20% of the world's oil supply flows, nearly 17 million barrels every day. This oil comes from 8 countries located in the Persian Gulf, including Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. For the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, 90% of their oil exports pass through this narrow route to reach the rest of the world. If Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, following countries will suffer the most damage. First is India, because it imports 85% of its oil, and
you know, India is the one most damaged by the strait being closed. Is it really that bad? Actually, you know, I'm just saying. You know, I'm not exactly a big fan of India either. So maybe it's actually a good thing.
60% of that comes from Middle Eastern countries like Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE. Fuel prices in India would skyrocket, and as a result, everything related to oil and all industries would face severe disruption. Surprised
there wasn't no car crash in that little clip there, showing the Indian travel system. I'm just saying. I mean, India crashing, I'd be totally down for. Then again, a lot more will probably try to flee to the United States, which is highly unfortunate. But we could send them back, and it crashes at the same time. That's a win-win in my book.
Industries could shut down, there would be job losses, and the economy would be severely affected. The second most affected country would be China. China is the world's largest oil importer, bringing in 10 million barrels of oil every day. 40% of China's oil imports pass through this Strait of Hormuz. Although China has built oil pipelines with Russia and Central Asia, they don't even fulfill 20% of its energy needs.
See, and this is also, in my book, this is also a good thing, right? Which goes back to, I know somebody mentioned earlier about one of the arguments for this war with Iran is cutting off China's oil supply because 20% of it is reliant on at least coming from the strait specifically, but Iran's the one that has the most control over the strait, hence why they're able to close it. Which this is a good thing because fuck China. But it's only a good thing when we control it, not when Iran controls it. Because technically, they're allied with China now. China's not exactly a great ally to them. They've kind of skipped town when it comes to this conflict. But nonetheless, about that, I had heard that apparently they actually are allowing Chinese boats in, even though they've closed the strait. They're still allowing the Chinese to go through. I'm not sure if that's actually confirmed. Though supposedly that was actually in stream suggestions, so I might be able to pull it up. Here. I'll do it now. I know we're in the middle of the video, but I'll check this out now. Iran blocks Strait of Hormuz, but lets Chinese and Russian ships through. Iran has effectively shut the Strait of Hormuz, the most global shipping, while reportedly allowing Chinese and Russian vessels to pass, breaking claims of geopolitical carve-up of the world's most critical oil choke point. Revolutionary Guard has been blasting VHF radio warnings to merchant ships since Saturday, saying no ship is allowed to pass the Strait of Hormuz. The move came hours after U.S. and Israeli strikes killed Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. But the blockades appear selective. While Western and Gulf state tankers are being turned back or steered off, ships from Beijing and Moscow are allegedly getting through. China buys over 80% of Iran's oil exports. China doesn't rely on Hormuz for their own energy shipments, but stands to gain massively from the chaos. As Iranian crude gets cut off, Chinese refiners are expected to pivot straight to Russian supplies. The impact is already brutal. Roughly 20% of global oil supply normally flows through the 21-mile wide channel. Now over 150 tankers are anchored in open waters, too scared to move. Maersk, and MSC have suspended all crossing. Insurance rates have spiked 50%. Iran has informally closed the strait. It legally can't since Oman controls the southern coast, but the effective closure is working anyway. Shippers don't care about legal theory while missiles are flying. Saudi Arabia and UAE are furious. Their oil exports are stuck, yet their American ally can't guarantee safe passage. Riyadh has contingency pipelines, but they can only handle a fraction of normal volumes. The U.S. Navy has admitted it cannot protect commercial vessels in the Persian Gulf. 3 tankers have already been hit since Saturday, including one off Oman on Sunday. Analysts warned Brent crude could hit $100 per barrel if infrastructure gets targeted. For now, prices have surged past $79, up more than 9% in days. China and Russia are the obvious winners. Beijing keeps its energy flowing while Washington allies suffer. Moscow watches oil prices climb, filling its war chest even as Ukraine conflict drags on. The selective blockade raises ugly questions about who Iran's real partners are and whether this war is already splitting into two camps. Well, obviously, it's doing for two camps. I don't know this No Musica website. I don't really like mainstream media, but usually, and I know they do lots of fake news in that case. But a lot of these smaller ones also kind of have everyone has an agenda, everyone has a bias. But some of them do it for more, all of them do for clickbaity reasons. But usually, even the mainstream media has a little bit more resources to make them slightly more credible on certain things, even if it's mainstream media. I could see this actually being true, but it's all based off quote unquote sources, if that's actually the case. Which, if it is, it's a nice fuck you to the West. If it isn't, well, not like China's really helping them anyways.
So, if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, China's economy could suffer a massive blow, and if China's economy is shaken, its effects will be felt all over the world. The third most affected country would be Japan, as it imports 90% of its oil, and 75% of that passes.
See, now I have a problem. I want my anime girls, okay? Like, I want my anime and video games. Now I'm more concerned. I don't want Japan being negatively affected and having their economy being hurt and everything like that. Okay, now we need to open the strait.
Through the Strait of Hormuz. The fourth most affected country would be Saudi Arabia. 80 to 90% of Saudi Arabia's oil goes to the rest of the world through Strait of Hormuz, while only 10% goes to Europe via its Red Sea coastline. So if this choke point is blocked, Saudi Arabia's economy will be heavily impacted. Imagine that a country suddenly loses 80 to 90% of its revenue. What would happen to it? Something similar could happen to Saudi Arabia. There's also a high chance that Saudi Arabia might send in its military to reopen the route, and that could make the situation even worse. Fifth is Pakistan, which gets about 90% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. This oil meets around 27% of the country's energy needs. So if the route is blocked, prices in Pakistan could rise sharply. But there's an interesting twist. Since Pakistan shares a border with Iran, and several government reports suggest that 35% of Pakistan's diesel comes unofficially from Iran. So if the strait is blocked, Pakistan might turn to Iran for oil, either quietly or through an official deal. Next in
I mean, I don't care about Pakistan also crashing either. I don't care about them turning to Iran. Surprised they're not actually reliant more on Iran as it is, seeing how awful Pakistan is too. Like, the only country I actually care about being affected by this strait being closed is actually Japan. I mean, I know we're affected too, because it does affect the economy when 20% of the oil comes from this one strait in particular. Like, it is actually important. But India crashing, China crashing, Pakistan crashing, Saudi Arabia, I kind of feel a little bit bad because I know they're relatively okay-ish and our allies-ish for being in the Middle East. I mean, I have to admit, I think I like Saudi Arabia better than Israel. If we're going to have allies in the Middle East, at this point, I think Saudi Arabia is actually better than Israel. But I just have a severe Israel fatigue as well. Not like I'm saying Muslims are better, by the way. But I have severe Israel fatigue. Other than that, this seems kind of like a win. Like, it's just Iran, by closing the strait, is actually hurting their allies. By doing this, it seems like, unless that report is true that they're allowing at least the Chinese boats to go through. But that's a trust me, bro source. So take that with a grain of salt.
line is the UAE, because as nearly as 72% of its oil exports rely on this Strait of Hormuz. The country does have a backup option, the Habshan-Fujairah pipeline, which allows it to bypass the strait and export up to 60% of its oil. But for a major economy like the UAE, losing the remaining 40% would still be a serious blow. Next comes the European countries like France, Germany and Italy, which on average get 10% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz. A blockade here would hit them hard as well. Globally, experts warn that oil prices could soar past $150 a barrel, causing widespread inflation and possibly triggering a major global recession. So this small 33-kilometer area holds enough power to shake the entire world.
Which is actually pretty impressive. 10% is pretty big deal, especially, I mean, it's not everything, right? But 10% is still a decent chunk, right? It's not like 2%, it's not like 5%. 10% is a relatively big deal for when it comes to Europe, so that's a bit of concern. And the fact that it does have so much control that overall affects the economy, because we are so reliant on India with our H-1B workers to replace us. You know, things are made in India. Same with China. Things are made in China when the sweatshops there. Saudi Arabia is sort of kind of our ally-ish thingy, whatever fucking status they're at, right? Like, this is actually a pretty big deal, even if it does fuck those horrible countries over. And which is important why the US should control it. If, you know, anyone's going to control it technically. Is this worth going over the war over? Personally, not. I mean, not really in my opinion, because obviously everything was working just fine until now. But at least if Trump was like, yes, once again, we're doing this because of oil. We want to control the strait here. Then that would have been at least nice. at least relatively nice, and I'd be like, okay, I disagree for the reasons why, but at least you're being honest again. But alas. What oil went up a good bit? Not that surprised. I mean, it is literally 20% of the world's oil resources, so obviously we're going to see a bit. If you haven't gotten your gas yet and refilling your tank, I highly recommend it. Go use your Costco membership and get that discount for your gas. Politics trending US's Liberty. Yeah, I noticed that. Like, okay, we're back to the US's Liberty again. Okay, did Ben Shapiro say something retarded? Oh, but I know I missed some super chats, so let me get to them here. Figured to take a minute to that because I know this is a very spicy topic. Thank you, Danny DeLito, for the $6 reviews. Thank you. Is that a reference to something? It's all good. I had to teach my boomer parents what goy meant in the last 2 weeks. They're still processing. Oh my god. I don't want to hear the story of why you need to actually teach your parents what goy meant, because that's a I don't even know how to properly describe it. Like, on one hand, it's a meme, right? On the other hand, it's just like, oh my god, it's actually pretty serious. It's a meme because it's actually a slur for the whole entire world, the Gentiles, right? And how do you explain to your parents that our greatest ally, Israel, has a specific word that they openly use over and over and over again? Like in Tyler Oliveria's video, where he went to the Jewish community, which, if you would like to watch my reaction to that, I do have a video up on YouTube that kind of goes over that thing. Just they say goy all the time, and it's like, yeah, there was one dude that was just like, yeah, all my best friends are goys. And it's like, for those who don't know, that's the equivalent of saying, all my best friends are N-words. But the Jewish version of things. That's how actually bad the goy slur actually is. Though the internet has turned into a meme because, well, nobody actually really likes the tiny hats. So, yeah. In that case. I thank you, C. James, for celebrating your subby bubby for 3 months in a row. Thank you. I'm fine with bombing Iran because they hate us and we can. I don't trust Israel not to try and make Iran a puppet state, though. I mean, yeah, I like Iran in any way, shape, or form. Like, if they get glass, whoop-de-doo, like, I'm not gonna cry over it. My problem is when it's not valid reasoning in my personal opinion. Then again, women's opinions don't matter and you should immediately dismiss them because women, opinion rejected. But I really just don't want men dying for endless reasons. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick pee break. For those that are new, I'm a very quick pisser. It's not like you need to know that information. You're welcome for the TMI, but I'll be back in 2 minutes or less. You can find me on it. BRB. Yes, I have a funnel on my desk. I also don't wash my hands. I'm Indian. I haven't drank gamer subs in weeks now because I was, trying to get off of relying on being on caffeine. I've been pretty successful in it. But I got like 2 hours of sleep today. And with this being such a big topic, I wanted to be on my best ability. So I did drink gamer subs before a stream. And the problem with gamer subs is that it makes me fucking piss like crazy. I kid you not. I do not miss this. Other than being reliant on caffeine, another benefit was just I was tired of pissing so fucking much because it's embarrassing and annoying. I'm gonna continue not drinking gamer subs, not because they're not that good, right? Like they're pretty effective, at what they do, but I could definitely prefer a little bit more bladder control. Take this, my super laser piss. Yes, it's a very, very strong stream. There's caffeine-free gamer subs. Well, that defeats the point. Defeats the point. I need to be energized. I need to be like the Energizer Bunny and be all over the place. Maybe that's... I noticed tonight that other than me being very upsetty today, I'm a lot more like... I feel like I'm talking faster than I have in weeks. But I've also been not drinking gamer sub for weeks. I've been more normal. Right, but I've also been a lot more demoralized and like upset with everything. Black pills, it's job over, that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, is it all of the above thing? Is it because I haven't been drinking gamer subs? Is it because I'm actually angry now? I don't know now. I'm thinking here. Caffeine is a diuretic. I know, and that's my excuse, but man, it's not great. 20% off with code GoPissGirl. If I ever get a sponsorship with or gamer subs, which I don't think that's ever going to happen. I mean, I would love for that to happen, but I don't think that's going to happen. With my politics and everything like that, I would totally want to have my code be Piss Princess. or maybe like Goy Beam. Do you think they would allow me to have a code for like Goy Beam? Probably not. Well, once again, yeah, it would be nice, but it's not possible. Anyways, I should actually be shilling my, speaking of caffeine and drinking fluids, did you know that with code Amalgamyte, you get 10% off at the Dragon's Treasure? I know it's a fascinating thing, and the worst part is I don't actually have the tab pulled up. It's lost in the sauce here. But I realized I haven't actually chilled for my actual real affiliated link in a hot minute. And I should probably do that. But because, where the fuck is the link? Where is my tab for Dragon's Treasure? God, I'm such a bad affiliate, man. But oh, there it is. There we go. We're gonna move tab to the start. But anyway, code Amalgamyte for 10% off at the Dragon's Treasure for your tea, soap, coffee needs, and new focus drinks, which I still need to try. I'll try these and see if it helps with replace my gamer subs. But I do actually genuinely like the Dragon's Treasure. I do. I actually been, whenever I shower, I'm using the soaps. I do have quite a few teas from him that are really good, especially Secrets of the Songstress is great since I do talk so much and scream when I play horror games. I don't like coffee, so I can't tell you about the coffee, but I've heard from other people it's good, And he's also pretty based as well if you follow him on Twitter. T-Man Scree, he's not gonna cancel me because I said Jews are, Israel's our greatest ally. How about that? So it's great. Yeah, check out the Dragon's Treasure. Anyway, ad break over. Ad break over. We might be in Iran for about 4 to 5 weeks. Um, Good news, boys. You know, you can use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order of the Dragon's Treasure. And if you're in the military, or if you volunteer, you can be sent to Iran to stay for a nice 4 to 5 week vacation. But we do have the capability to go far longer than that. We'll do whatever it takes, Trump says. But listen to the Orange Man himself instead of the quote.
A threat indeed it is.
Quiet. Stop being quiet. Is this better?
We have the strongest.
Okay.
A threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it.
I'm curious, who said he'll get bored about this? I never got the vibes from Trump that he would get bored when it came to war. Like, he seems to actually be pretty... Like, he seems to care about this issue quite a lot. He would pride himself being, like, the only president to not start any new wars under his first term. Like, this is... And he's done these decapitation strikes before. So, it's... I'm not sure where they would get that from. He just seems to just try to avoid the forever wars for the most part here. However, the 4 to 5 weeks is concerning because with the whole, especially with the fact that we have the capability to do more. Like, he's doubling and tripling down that he's willing to do whatever it takes to make sure this, this is successful, which is better than half-assing it and then having our troops stay there, then have a bad pull-out method and they get kidnapped and die and we lose our weapons like Afghanistan. But this means that it can take there's more risk for even more casualties over something that a lot of people view as us starting a shit show for no reason.
Somebody actually said from the media, I think you'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. A threat indeed.
Which this lines up with this New York Post article. Trump won't rule out sending U.S. troops into Iran if necessary. Tells the Post war is progressing way ahead of schedule. I mean, I guess it's good that it's going way ahead of schedule, then, because that means maybe it'll take less than the 4 to 5 weeks time frame. If it's actually true, and it's not like 2 weeks to stop the spread situation. But sending actual boots to the ground. Yeah, that's too far. I get it. It's a war. Even though they keep on saying it's not really a war, but it's at least they started out saying that it's not going to be a war, but it definitely has turned into a war. I mean, for fuck's sakes, Iran directly indirectly attacked 15 different countries and military bases total, and they're doubling and tripling down for this. They're not giving up at all. This is a war, and I get if we have to up our measures too to completely shut them down. That's necessary, but once again, from most normies' perspective, from most people's perspective, because like the left is obviously not a fan of this, so that's to be expected because they have TDS. But there's a huge chunk of the right that's not happy about this either, because nobody actually likes the wars with the Middle East. There's huge Israel fatigue as well. nobody really wants troops on the ground. This is borderline suicidal. And that's you're sacrificing our men when we actually have pretty good airstrike capability, really, it seems like. Like, we have, from my observations, it seems. Once again, I know I say this really earlier on stream, but just to clarify and reiterate, I am a dumb woman. I have a vagina, and yes, I will use it as an excuse, because I will avoid accountability and responsibility, because military is not my specialty. A lot of the stuff I'm actually learning because it's happening in like in real time situation. My general position is more on the lines of isolationism, and I just hate the Middle East, including Israel, overall. So, if any of my opinions on the actual military and how they handle things is kind of weird and very woman-coded, well, that's kind of to be expected, because most women don't actually care for military, tactics and factoids and different things like that. And well, that's where I stand. Also, I think my electric blanket turned off. No! Hold on. My feetsies are cold. I need my electric blanket. Okay, let's actually read the article at hand. President Trump told the Post Monday that he's not ruling out sending U.S. ground troops into Iran if they were necessary, adding that Operation Epic Fury was way ahead of schedule after... Oh, excuse me. Again, sorry. Adding that Operation Epic Fury was way ahead of schedule after taking out dozens of Tehran's top officials. I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Like every president says, there'll be no boots on the ground. I don't say it, Trump said after launching strikes Saturday to decapitate Iran's military and political leadership. I say, probably don't need them, or if they were necessary. So the fact that he thinks that they probably don't need them is a good sign, because it does seem if they actually are ahead of schedule, right? Because this is the government, and even though it's Trump, it's still the government, and I don't defend the government, and I don't really trust the government. And a lot of what they're saying is a lot more propaganda, right? Like earlier I showed the videos of Trump that he released today talking about how successful they've been, and to be fair, it does sound like they've been very, very successful. But Iran is still not backing down. They're still attacking, and they're attacking everyone willy-nilly around them. So they're definitely not going down without a fight. It makes me concerned that he's still saying if they were necessary, which I get. The only way to actually wipe out Iran and control it is to actually go full balls to the wall and clear them, because that's literally the only way to deal with such militant religious ideologues like Iran is. And the decapitation isn't working because of how decentralized their command. So they can just keep on firing attacks, even if the Ayatollah dies, even if more top officials die. They can just be like, they literally fight to the death, to the end. So it makes sense that they were necessary, but nobody actually wanted this, and nobody wants boots on the ground. I'd rather this last a few more weeks and just keep on doing airstrikes and different things like that. Or, I don't know, how about we send Israeli boots on the ground instead? Right? Why does it have to be American boots on the ground? Because it always seems like it's American boots. So maybe I'm misinformed and this goes back to dumb woman doesn't know anything about military in this case. But it's always American troops, not Israel ones. I know they're busy fighting Palestine at the moment, but they're the one who struck. They literally were the ones that struck Iran first, okay? It's a joint operation with the United States, but it was Israel who launched the missiles first. If they are so insistent on starting this war, they can send their boots on the ground to finish it off. We can give the air strikes, and they can put the boots down. See, is that a reasonable compromise? I think so, if they're going to be our greatest ally. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said on Monday morning Pentagon press conference that no American troops are currently inside Iran, though he did not rule the possibility. President Trump ensures our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to advance American interests, but we're not dumb about it, Texas told reporters. You do not need to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. Which I'm glad he addressed it, because obviously that's what a lot of people are worried about and addressing. So he's directly um, relieving those fears. But just because the government says that doesn't mean they're actually going to follow through with it. Is this the Biden administration? No. Is this COVID? No. But it's still the government. And they still lie. And they still use propaganda. How's those mass deportations going again? What's the state of Minnesota at the moment? Well, what's with the state of Somalis? How many times has Trump talked about deporting Inland Amar? What the mass Indian wave of immigration that's happening in Texas? Are we talking about that at all? By chance, Trump? No? Okay. Trump told the Daily Mail on Sunday that he estimated the war would last 4 weeks or so, but hinted to the Post on Monday that the time frame could be shortened. Well, this is a weird fucking picture. I shouldn't say weird, it's supposed to be sad. A man carries a residence following an airstrike on an Iranian police center that damaged residential buildings around it in Lofar Square in central Tehran on March 1st, 2026. Chat, I'm heartless. I'm heartless. I see this and I just don't care. I literally don't fucking care, okay? You know, fiery, mimosa peaceful, you know, burning going on here. A kid in her pajamas with smoke and ash on her. The old man being carried on this other man's back. I just look at this and I just don't care. I am so tired of seeing crying women and children and destruction zones and third world shitholes that I just don't fucking care. It's going to go pretty quickly, he said. We're right on schedule, way ahead of schedule in terms of leadership. 49 killed, and that was, you know, going to take, we figured, at least 4 weeks, and we did it in 1 day. Trump also said he wasn't concerned about Iran using terrorism to repay America for weekend's attack. We'll take it out, whatever. It's like everything else, we'll take it out, Trump said. Yeah, I don't think that really worked. Spoiler alerts. Based off how fast I'm getting through these tabs, we should easily be able to get to the terrorist attack that happened in Texas over the weekend as well. Spoiler alerts. People died, and it was Muslim. I wonder why it was a Muslim terrorist attack that happened over the weekend. I don't think that was preventable. I mean, it is preventable, but they didn't prevent it. The president also said Monday that he made the final decision to strike in partnership with Israel after the final talks Thursday in Geneva, in part because intelligence that Iran was surreptitiously resuming work on nuclear projects at a totally different site. We had very serious negotiations, and they were there, and then they pulled back. They would always pull back, he said. I mean, it goes back to what I said earlier about the nukes thing. They've been saying that Iran's been so close to nuclear weapons for 30 years. And then we bombed their facility last summer. I know they really wanted to restart their capabilities again. It's something they're not willing to really give up on it. So I get how negotiations broke down. And I do understand why people are wary and concerned for Iran to get nukes, seeing that they are, you know, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. But I can also understand why Iran really wants nukes. Because it's not like Israel is a friendly person within their area of influence, seeing that they literally struck first. I know it's supposed to be like a preemptive self-defense strike, but it's not like Iran either. But there's that. And, you know, you never make a deal like that because ultimately they'll pull back after the deal is made, which is what they do typically. It was they just couldn't get there. They wanted to make a nuclear weapon, so he destroyed them completely, Trump said. So what's the whole point of doing a deal then? Was like, I get that a lot of these thermal shitholes or snake countries like Russia, for example, they'll make deals and negotiate, and then once the deal is settled, they'll actually do the and break the deal anyways. They'll just do it undercover. And you say that that's probably what's going to happen if they actually did make the deal. So what was the whole point of doing the deal in the first place? At least they're honest and being like, yeah, no, we still want our nukes. Like they could have completely prevented this by just, you know, signing the deal, being like, oh yes, trust us, bro. We totally won't make nukes. So we swear. And then like 6 months later, I start working on it again, and I'm sure we probably would figure out eventually. But that's the whole, you know, like that happens like all the time. So what's the difference? Like I feel like 1/6 is a half a dozen. We found they were in a totally different site, totally different, because the sites that we took out were destroyed. They tried to use them, but they were totally, and I said correctly before, obliterated, right? So then we found them working on a totally different area, a totally different site, in order to make nuclear weapons or enrichment. So it was just time. I said, let's go. This is actually an interesting map here. I'm gonna read this real quick, or I'm gonna read this little pamphlet here, because I like looking at maps. I say as I eat the microphone. I click this and zoom. Okay, well, fine. Operation Epic Fury. Latest Iranian attacks. These little, fired 4 missiles at USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. They all missed. Did women shoot that? 1 killed, 11 injured, and the UAE, including reported strikes at Dubai and Abu Dhabi airports. 9 killed, and Bet Shemesh in Israel, outside Jerusalem. Struck Erbil International Airport in northern Iraq. Once again, they're swinging wildly. Iranian attacks on U.S. assets. U.S. 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. U.S. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. U.S. Al Dhafra Air Base in Abu Dhabi, UAE. U.S. Al Salam Air Base in Kuwait. Erbil International Airport in Iraq. Iranian attacks on Israel. Civilian targets in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa, Petah Tikva, Rishon LeZion, and Beersheba. Military sites in Tel Aviv, Rehovot, the Golan Heights, the Upper Galilee, and the Dead Sea region. Facts: Israel used 200 fighter jets to strike 500 Iran targets. Iran fired 35 missiles at Israel and up to 14 at U.S. facilities in Bahrain, Qatar, and UAE. At least 201 people killed, 747 wounded, and Iran Red Crescent reports. Ayatollah Khamenei and 40 top leaders killed. The U.S. military carried out nearly 900 strikes during the first 12 hours. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of strikes in a short amount of time. Iran fired about 300 missiles in the first 12 hours. Oh my god, that's a 1-to-3 ratio right there. I mean, once again, I know our military is actually quite strong and capable, so like this is not that surprising, but still actually getting the raw numbers is nice to have, and at the same time quite shocking. And this all lines up with the report that Iran was attacking so many places as well. A lot of these line up with this report too. So the green little thingies, explosions, are Iranian attacks. The red ones is U.S.-Israel strike. I like how U.S. and Israel are combined, right? Not U.S. strike, and then like a blue for like Israel strike or anything like that, right? No, it's U.S.-Israel, one and the same. Like they even the New York Post knows that yes, Israel and the United States are literally the same country. Now, who's actually in charge? Well, that's up for you to decide. But they're the same country. The red dot is Iranian targets in Israel, and yellow square is base used by U.S. forces. Okay. Dots is in Israel. I like maps. I like to sit here and look at maps and absorb the information. I find them fascinating. A lot of red dots. A lot of green dots too. That's a lot of red dots. Makes me feel, I'm not gonna lie, makes me feel a bit patriotic here. Just watching the 900 strikes in the first 12 hours, like, yeah, fuck yeah, America. Come on, motherfuckers, get your eagles and burgers and guns shoved in your face. And then I remember that it's also Israel counted in that, and it's just like, I don't want rats in my burgers. Thank you very much. Trump insisted that he believes he did the right thing, and most Americans support him, despite initial polling indicating otherwise, arguing that allowing crazy people to acquire a nuclear weapon would have been worse than even a regional conflict. Reuters' Ipsos poll conducted Saturday and Sunday found just that 27% of Americans approved of strikes, while 43% disapproved, and 29% weren't sure. It is important to note that polls should be taken with a grain of salt. Obviously, polling size and where they're polling at are huge indicators. Also, the questions, the different things like that. But they do kind of give you a rough idea, a general feel of the situation. And the fact that 27% of Americans approve the strikes is not good. It's not good, because it's not just the left hating this because, orange man bad, right? There's a good chunk on the right that are disapprove this as well, and including me. Really, I'm not exactly for this. Not exactly a fan of Iran, but I am quite skeptical about this. And with Israel striking first, yeah, I'm not happy about it. I can kind of see some justifications for it between the Chinese oil argument, as well as state-sponsored terror. And with that case, that there are some arguments that I can get behind. But overall, I'm not a fan of this because this feels very forced, out of the blue situation where Iran wasn't a direct threat unless they attacked first, which was actually confirmed, by the way, in that case. And it just makes me not exactly happy. Polls vary insanely between rural and less rural, though. They tend to stick with the urban because it aligns best with narratives. Yes. That is an important factor, too. That's why I said, like, demographics and where they poll is important. Probably will be urban. That's because it aligns best with the narrative, so that is a huge aspect of things, too. But there's also a lot more people in urban areas, so supposedly it's supposed to be diversity of thought in urban areas. In reality, it's not the case at all, but regardless. 27% of Americans approve of the strikes. I'm not gonna be... When it comes to the midterms, I mean, we just started March, and the midterms are later this year. I'm not going to black pill and doom and say that it's Joe over when it comes for the Republicans in the midterms, but right now it's not looking great. And in this case, because this is the whole Renee Good and Pretty situation, with the Minnesota riots and Ice Watch problems, wasn't exactly a great look for most normies either. But at least the right can make very solid arguments justifying it and fighting back against the leftist propaganda. And so I didn't, based off my observations, and I could be wrong on this since I'm a NEET, but it didn't really have that strong... Like, it had some sort of effect, but it wasn't ramifications, right? It wasn't like ripple effects. It wasn't like an earthquake. This, getting involved with Iran, most normies are against this. A good chunk of the rights, and obviously the left. It's not looking good for the midterms. I'm not gonna fully black pill and doom, because obviously there's still more time. Maybe this all works out, and it's all fine and dandy, and everything's a-okay, and... maybe Trump uses these after Iran's done, and Cuba, and all that fun stuff. Then he'll turn the troops to the United States and round up all the Browns, and we'll be brown free by the time the midterms roll around, and don't have to worry about anything. But I don't see that happen. It's right now, we're not looking good. And for the record, just to clarify, because I am wearing a P.E.P.E hoodie. Okay, I like P.E.P.E. I've been a fan of P.E.P.E for a very long time. I'll throw in Gamergate just to show my street cred. I'm not saying vote Democrat about this issue either. No matter how much I'm not exactly a fan of this war with Iran, No matter how much I'm not exactly a fan about these mass deportations not being fully delivered. No matter even the Epstein files being a tragedy and how they've been handled and everything like that. No matter how much I'm unhappy with the Trump administration, do not vote Democrat. I mean, if I guess if you want to, I mean, you can. You're your own person. You're retarded, but still. But don't vote Democrat. That is suicidal. You're literally killing yourself if you vote Democrat. Because while the Trump administration isn't helping at all, they're not hurting. Whereas the Democrats will immediately block anything that Trump could possibly do. They're already pretty effective as it is. They're gonna make life even harder for Trump, and therefore more impossible to get literally impossible to get anything else done. For the good bits that he has as well, like the South Africaners, or the Afrikaners, bringing them in as actual real asylum seekers. Our actual legit case of real asylum seekers is the Afrikaners, and he did a great job with that. He's doing a good job shutting down DEI as much as possible, even though Bridge does exist, and that is a concern. He's made some pretty good executive orders for various other things as well. That's all out the window if the Democrats win the midterm. I don't think they'll win in 2028, because I don't think it's that bad. But still, no. Acceleration is not the answer. So, now, like, Trump is great, case, but still. A CNN SSRS poll released Monday similar showed that 41% approved the latest U.S. attack, while 59% disapproved. By comparison, 44% approved Operation Midnight Hammer, take out 3 Iranian nuclear sites this past June, and 56% disapproved. So roughly the same. Like, that hasn't changed. Most Americans don't really like this occurring. And if you were to add these 27% Americans, 43% disapproving and 29% not being sure. I mean, hell, even the 40% disapproving is still pretty high. Not 56% disapproving, but still. But if you add the 29% that weren't sure, it's roughly in line with American sentiments that, yes, we don't want another war in the fucking Middle East. I think that the polling is very good, but I don't care about polling. I have to do the right thing. This should have been done a long time ago, Trump said. So you were concerned about the polls when it came to Minnesota and the ICE agents there after Renee Good and Alex Preddy, even though those were completely justified. Alex Preddy, the murky situation, was justifiable in the end. I will stand on that. But now when it comes to something that was very, not even, like, at least it was, like, divisive, but at least you saw the full support of your base. But now that it actually pisses off your base, and normies, and the left, not that the left really matters, but still, when you have, like, 60% of America against this, now you don't care about the polls? Seems a bit rich in my opinion. Latest strikes on Iran by U.S. forces and Iranian retaliation. Energy operations disrupted by across Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Israel as Iran-linked strikes widened with Britain's RAF Akrotiri base in Cyprus also hit. Excuse me. Italian retaliation. Base by U.S. forces. Okay, so this is basically very similar to the one earlier. I don't think the polling is low, he went on. What polls is he looking at? Where are they feeding him in the White House? Look, whether polling is low or not, I think the polling is probably fine. But it's not a question of polling. You can't let Iran, who's a nation that has been run by crazy people, have a nuclear weapon. I think people are very impressed with what's happening, actually. Trump insisted. I think it's a silent. If he did a real poll, I'll select the silent poll. I'll select the silent majority. Once again, I get poll. I'll take all polls with a grain of salt because it's based off the demographics and where you're doing the polling, the questions, the biases in general, etc., etc., etc. Sample size, things like that. But my brother in Christ, what polls are you looking at? Because I can almost guarantee you none of them show that you have majority support for this. The best you're going to get is like a 50-50 split. Because the left is going to guarantee you hate you, but you also have like half the right also not liking this. So it's not in your favor. Among those killed by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes include Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, I've been able to say his name before. Khamenei, who ruled Iran since 1989. At least 4 American military members have died after an Iranian counterstrike on U.S. Operations Center in Kuwait. Trump told the Post his decision was underpinned by decades of Iranian actions. Don't forget this has been going on for 47 years. 47 years they were playing bad. He said, citing the 8... Okay, let me get some water real quick. I'm going to restart that sentence. My apologies. Okay, let's take 2. Don't forget, this has been going on for 47 years. For 47 years they were playing bad, he said, citing the 1983 Beirut barracks bombings that killed 241 Americans and the 1979-1981 hostage crisis after storming the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. When Obama gave them the Iran nuclear deal in 2015, that may have been the dumbest deal ever made, Trump said. Picked the wrong country. But they would have had nuclear weapons 4 years ago. Israel would not exist. Is that a bad thing? And we would have just to take it out. We would have it to just take it out ourselves. I mean, since Israel's our greatest ally, I get that if Iran attacks them, we would counterattack. But that's like a win in my book, because if Iran takes out Israel, fucking great. I hate Israel with a burning fucking passion. I hate how much they meddle in our politics and how Netanyahu clearly controls everything. Okay, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's literally a fucking fact. It's literally a fucking fact that we got into this whole thing because of Israel. And there's millions of other proof for everything else that has Israel involvement that we're not going to get into tonight for the sake of time. But I've done many streams and many videos about these topics before because I've been anti-Israel from the fucking start, okay? In this case, so... And then, Israel doesn't exist. We counter-strike and hit Iran. Iran doesn't exist. So then we don't have to worry about the Israel lobby, AIPAC, and meddling little fiends that they are. And we don't have to worry about the biggest sponsor of state terrorism here. It's a win-win! Not saying that's... give Iran nukes, because I still not exactly a fan of, Iran having nuclear nukes either. And I know once nuclear war starts, once somebody pulls the trigger on that, there's no going back, and that's actually a really bad situation. But, nevertheless, Israel and Iran being taken out. It's pronounced AIDS back. I would agree with that too. It's so annoying, but I don't like either of them. And this whole don't forget, it's been going on for 47 years. Okay, then why haven't we done anything beforehand? Right? Okay, so ever for the past day, materialized out of nothing, okay? Because the thing that I noticed about this whole propaganda machine's been happening from the Trump administration so far is the first day was about Iranian freedom and them dancing in the streets like the Israelis here. So happy. And then it became about nuclear weapons. We can't have them have nuclear weapons. Mixed with the whole let the Iranians be free. And then it became whole state-sponsored terrorism. And now it's about this war has been going on for 47 years. There's no real consistency. Every single day a new excuse gets piled up and into it. They're not actually consistent at all with our messaging, which will make sense in a little bit. But nevertheless, still. And it's okay, so it's been almost fucking 50 years. Half a decade this has been going on, basically. And we never did anything until now? Because we keep on talking about it for 30 years. Oh, Iran's weeks away from nuclear weapons. But why does it have to be now? Is it because they were all piled up in one specific place and we're able to go, drop a bomb and say goodbye to the top officials? Which is why this has been going so successfully. That's one of the excuses that I've heard so far. That's the reason why. But you're telling me that in 47 years, these top Iranian officials have never once gathered in one specific place before, where you can easily strike them. In 47 years. That doesn't really make sense, in my personal opinion. So, still, what's the issue here? You just brought up polls that view this entire situation negatively and are shocked by why nothing's ever been done. Well, technically Afghanistan was negative. Technically Iraq was negative. Like, technically Vietnam was negative too. Right? Nobody's been a fan of these wars since the end of World War II. Like, even the Korean War had issues as well. Which, fun fact for those who don't know, because you will see some leftists crying, this is very few and far between, but you will see some leftists crying how this is not a legal war because Congress didn't approve it. We haven't had a legal war, technically, since World War II. The Korean War, the Vietnam War, and any of the Middle Eastern wars since then have not been approved by Congress. They are technically illegal in that case. So they can suck a dick. I'm not sure why they're crying about legalese here when it hasn't applied since 1945, and it's war. War doesn't care about morals and legals. Okay, we're the world hegemon. Rewrite the rules. We're the big stick. We're the one to go boom boom. How long do you think our 3-day special military operation will go on? Well, Trump says it's going to take about 4 weeks approximately, so it's a 4-week special military operation. We'll see if this is like 2 weeks to stop the spread, or if it actually gets done sooner than that, because he's apparently very happy with how fast things have been going. The Korean War never truly ended. It's still going on to this day, yes. Because they had an armistice. A ceasefire. Well, actually, I think it's actually more specifically armistice, like I originally said. Oh, what they did. Which is, so technically, the war is still going. Never truly ended. Once again, another fun fact about this. The one thing I saw, and this was today on Side Scrollers, that Craig found that I thought was actually quite interesting. A leftist made a good point that the people have been so demoralized and beaten down because you don't see these people protesting in the streets over these wars. They protested for Vietnam, they protested for Iraq, but you don't see people protesting anymore for any of these wars. Now, a lot of it is because a lot of Republicans and people on the right in general don't protest. They care way more about family matters because they're the more likely ones to be married, have kids, hold a stable job. And when you have a actual real life and you pay your bills, you can't just take days off of work to go protest. You can't spend your weekends out on the streets protesting when you have a family and kids. You need to be spending time with your family and kids. And it's the leftists that are a lot more able to do so because they are childless. They have low-tier jobs, low-income jobs in general, like working in retail, or they're hippies, or whatever the case is in that case, or they're on welfare, right? So they're able to do so. But regardless, don't really see people protesting about war in general anymore. We just don't care. Like, oh, our government's got us in our shitty war again. Wow, this fucking sucks. There's nothing we can do about it, but man, this fucking sucks. We're just gonna bitch and moan and complain, but, well, not like they're listening to us. Same reason Occupy Wall Street fell apart. The people with jobs had to leave, and the commie shitbags took over and started pushing race-baiting bullshit. That is part of it, yes. That is part of it. I look at reality. I'm a realist. I don't consider propaganda from either side, but regardless, Iran has been a thorn in America's side since 1979. Oh, I agree with that. Like, I'm not a fan of Iran. I want to make that completely clear. And since you brought up the 1979 arguments, let me find the tab. I was going to bring this up later. Where did I put that tab specifically? Well, what order did I have it in? This one? It is this one. There we go. Yay! Iran started the war against the United States in 1979 has never stopped. 444 days of American hostages, which refers to the Iran hostage crisis under Carter. But Carter, 241 Marines murdered in Beirut, 603 U.S. troops killed in Iraq by Iranian-backed militias. Their proxies, agents, and Iranian IEDs attacked our soldiers, including me and my soldiers, daily. He claims, I don't know who this person is, so good on him. I thank you for your service, sir. I'm going to disagree with you with this post, but I am grateful for you being in the service, regardless. Over 170 attacks on U.S. forces in Iraq, Syria just last year. Assassination plots on our president on American soil. Ballistic missiles fired at U.S. bases. For 47 years, the regime has targeted Americans, all while expanding their nuclear program and building longer-range missiles designed to threaten the United States, our allies, and global stability. Failed diplomacy was tried for decades. Diplomacy was tried now. The president's Article 2 duty is clear. Protect the American people. In my opinion, he and we, the United States. White House POTUS Michael G. Waltz, Secretary Rubio, Rapid Response for Secretary of War are doing exactly that. These are all very valid reasons to go with the war with Iran, in my opinion. When a country is attacking our people, our citizens, and our troops, those are all valid reasons to go to war. Because they're clearly trying to make war with us, right? The whole death to America, different things. All wonderful, fun rainbow and butterflies that they like to spew out of their mouth when it comes to America. But once again, I ask, why has it taken 47 years for us to do anything? Was it because it's Trump? Or is it because of Israel? Because we've obviously gotten involved with plenty of other Middle Eastern wars in the past 47 years that were highly unpopular. I know I just made this argument 5 minutes ago, but I'm reiterating it just for clarity's sake. I don't understand. Unless I'm missing something, because once again, dumb woman, I don't know all the military expertise. You know, I'm not exactly history expert. I know a decent bit, but not like a once again expert in that area either in that case. It just doesn't line up, doesn't make sense in my opinion. In this case. Not to mention, technically, anyone telling you the history of conflict with Iran started in 1979 instead of when the CIA overthrew the democratically elected government of Iran in 1953 on behalf of the British Petroleum BP as a propagandist for the military-industrial complex who will lie for your sons in war. Now, I'm just reading off a tweet here, but the fact that the CIA did overthrow, once again, another regime change here, democratically elected government in Iran in 1953, not long after World War II ended, funnily enough. And it was democratically elected too. You know, you would think that would be happy that they're doing democracy, right? We finally exported our true liberal ideals and principles to Middle East, which is completely incompatible with them, but it actually worked out and they had democracy. And then we overthrew it and installed the Shah. And then the Iranian people lashed back, and then, you know, maybe it's not the Iranian people, because once again, not like citizens actively, like, obviously some citizens actively partake in this, but most citizens, when it comes to revolutions, kind of go with their daily lives, right? And it came back. Like, this is, if we really want to pinpoint a start on this stuff, technically 1953 would make a lot more sense. And now they haven't actually been did it against us because we went in and meddled with them with our democratically elected government. You know, democracy. You know, isn't that our most sacred thing in the whole Western world? I mean, the Democrats keep on repeating over and over and over. There's a whole clip where all those news anchors are repeating the same lines over and over again about this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Democracy, the holy grail of the Western world, and we overthrew it? Yeah, so well, once again, these are all very valid reasons in my personal opinion to start a war with Iran. The excuse that it's because of 1979 and we should have done it sooner, whatever the case is, like, we can really go tit for tat when it comes to Iran because it really seems like that almost in the past 70 some years, our government has just completely failed us. Which is not surprising because all this shit's after World War II. This is completely unrelated to what I was talking about, but since we're bringing up World War II, I will briefly bring up my favorite subject. here. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll keep it on. I'll keep it on this now until I find it. I will bring up one of my favorite subjects, the World War II founding myth. If it fucking loads. Come on. Come on. I'm not banned off Twitter again. Come on. Come on. And I believe in. Yes. The World War II founding myth. Because it really seems like we lost World War II. Because technically you can pinpoint things beyond World War II. Like, if you, I think about history, and this is what I find so fascinating about it, it's a gigantic story. Because everything is all connected together. And so it really can go beyond World War II. And it can go beyond World War I. It can go beyond, the 1900s. You can go to the Civil War. And from the Civil, like, you can really go far back to the dawn of humanity if you really want. But in the modern world, World War II was our foundation myth. Because I tweeted this out because somebody said, for most people, history started in World War II and informs their understanding of everything. This is very important. There's a reason why, like, when I complained earlier about my dad defending Israel, in this case, there's a reason why the boomers are one shot on the Israel propaganda, because they're the first generation to have the full force of the post-war propaganda machine, which is why they are so entrenched with it. How do you recognize a foundation myth? It fulfills 3 functions. 1. Explains the origin and structure of the world and society. 2. It defines ultimate good and evil, and from those definitions are derived the values that are used to justify holding a power. 3. It determines what is held sacred in the society. For modern Westerners, the story of World War II has become their foundation myth. It fulfills all 3 functions. 1. We live in the post-war world. The lines on the map, the institutions, the sense of what era we live in, all arise from the starting point of World War II. 2. Ultimate evil is Nazis. Ultimate good is opposing Nazis. You can clearly see this with how the leftists constantly label whoever they dislike, even over just simple opinions like, hey, maybe you shouldn't trans your kid, as Nazis. Nazis, fascists. All these evil things is why they have Antifa rising from the dead and everything like that. Nazis, ooh, scary. The values derived from these definitions are anti-racism, equality, diversity, and anti-nationalism, and so on. Right. Ever since the end of World War II, there has been a very steady, but surely, this deconstruction of nationalism, because heaven forbid you feel pride in your country. Heaven forbid you actually believe in ethnicity and who actually belongs in your country. Because a funny mustache man that was a mediocre painter believed in the exact same thing. Oh, scary. 3. The only thing that's held sacred that cannot be denied or mocked in the contemporary West is the Holocaust. Now, for YouTube's sake, the Holocaust did happen. 6 million is a very valid number. I'm just reading a 4chan post, just to discuss the meaning of the 4chan post. That's all. The problem is that all 3 functions are backwards or negative. Instead of the origin event being one of fertility and new life, it has a conflagration of death and destruction. Instead of ultimate good taking the central position in the story, that the slot is occupied by ultimate evil. Everyone knows that Adolf Hitler, the personification of evil, holds the center point of World War II story. Instead of that which is held sacred being something mysterious and sublime, the Holocaust, is obscenity. Instead of having a negative foundation myth, means the tree of life for Westerners is poisoned. Having a negative foundation myth means the tree of life for Westerners is poisoned. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out because ever since I read this post ages ago, it's really stuck with me how true it actually is. And the fact that I brought this up once again to go back to Iran because the state overthrew democratic elected government of Iran in 1953, a few years after World War II ended, and World War II is the foundation myth here, and now that's where we have all these problems because of Iran. It all ties back to World War II because it doesn't really seem like we really want it. It seems like it's caused nothing but problems. We can't believe in ethnicity because that's racist. We can't have nationalism because that's fascism. We can't recognize IQ and statistics because that's racism. We have to have equality, even though men and women are completely different biologically. And the fact that women in the workforce is completely tanking our economy and our birthrights and everything else in between. And we must import all the browns in the whole entire world because, once again, we're all equal and don't be racist. Ethnicity's dead. Yeah, it's not a great situation to be in now, is it? Anyway, to go fully back to Iran, instead of being a bit spicy here, and going back to the whole groups thing too, Israel confirmed, but we're working in lockstep with Israel for sure, which makes sense because it's a joint attack. But just once again, Israel just always has their greedy little grubby fingers in every single cookie jar. Israel's Benny Gantz will not rule out the U.S. or Israeli boots on the ground in Iran, which we'll listen to him talk here. Only 23 seconds. Which, at least he's saying Israeli boots might get involved, which was one of my complaints earlier.
Do you think eventually there'll be a need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it.
Do you think eventually there'll be a need for boots on the ground?
I would not exclude it for those reasons or other, but we'll have to see how it goes forward.
And will that include Israeli boots on the ground, do you think?
I exclude nothing. We've been waiting for 47 years, and we came to a point that every necessary means should be taken in order to achieve our goals.
What we're seeing from... Do you think eventually...
Well, at least, once again, Israeli boots can be sacrificed, because I much rather Israeli boots than American boots, because, once again, I'm an American. I'm American first. I don't want my countrymen dying, thank you very much. There's only a few white men left. We are 55% whites, roughly, statistically. Sometimes you can see some statistics saying 60%. Regardless, that's also including the boomers. Once the boomers die off, statistically, we're going to be a minority white nation relatively soon. I don't want more men, right? The ones that actually solve the problems, because women are useless when it comes to these things, dying. Thank you very much. But we're at least they're on the same page. And with this talking about boots on the ground, there's this clip of George Bush and how they've been waiting. How Trump's like, we've been waiting 47 years. Iran's such a horrible country. Well, that just reminds me of a certain father figure when it comes to neocon wars.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. We must...
We must do everything to stop this terrorism. Did that really work out for Bush? Back in the early 2000s here. 2002. Right after 9/11, that really worked out for him. They must do everything possible to stop terrorism. Now, I get that Bush is different than Trump. I get it's been 24 years. I get situations change, technology develops, different things like that. But pardon my hesitancy when I hear another president talk about we must do by every means necessary wipe out terrorism within the Middle East and bring peace to the Middle East, because that worked out so well for so long beforehand. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm a Zoomer, and so I did not see any of this. And I know the internet was around in 2002, but it was a much smaller form, right? It was like AOL times, if I'm correct on this type of deal. But imagine either president now, or we had the internet in its current form in 2002. Bush is completely memeable because how stupid he is. Now, watch this drive. Horrible. Horrible. But funny. I'll give him that. I will give him that he's actually quite memeable, and being memeable is a good quality to have. That's what made Trump so likable in 2016, where I do believe, to some degree, that he was memed into the presidency. So, There. Trump's a different guy. He's not going to feed into the industrial war machine complex. I get that, and I did say he is a different president. But the rhetoric is roughly the same. So, fool me once, shame on, shame on me, right? Fool me twice, shame on, sorry, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Situation, right? I know I'm saying that phrase incorrectly. I'm retarded. But regardless, I don't really trust the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. It's propaganda. Even if Trump is better than Kamal by a million miles, even if Trump is, technically on quote unquote our side and everything like that, he is still the president of the United States. He still has his own administration. The United States has been working against American means for a very long time. There's already been quite a few issues that Trump has either slowed down on, has flip flopped, and different issues like that in the most recent term. Some of it's not his fault, some of it is his fault. There's a lot of ties to Israel and so many things. Pardon my hesitancy here. I don't think it's a crime to be a bit wary when the government tells me something. Because last time the government told me it's gonna take 2 weeks to stop the spread, and we got shut down for about 2 years until the Ukrainian war started. Yeah, and that was also technically under Trump, by the way. Technically, COVID did start on the tail end of Trump's first term when it came down to that. Which I do think in that case, Trump was doing his best. He generally believed he was trying to mitigate it. It was a tricky situation. I will make some excuses for Trump in that case. But regardless, the point still stands. Fool me twice, you ain't gonna fool me again? Is that the rest of it? I don't know. Oh, and speaking of the Israeli ties, I shouldn't have started the background music because we need to. Actually, you know what? I missed some super chats, so let me do the super chats before we get into the Israel question. Here, make sure I don't go back for enough here. Okay, thank you, Massive Doge, for the $1.99. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You think this will be a monthly event for 2026? You know, at the rate we're going, kind of, yeah. Like, we had the first month, January, was Maduro. Second month was the, cartels, I guess. I know technically started on February 28th, so that could technically go for February. But March is definitely, I would say, more focused on Iran, because this is going to take about a month, he says, approximately. So yeah, it really seems like once a month we're going to be having something, because, spoiler alerts, I guess we'll skip the Israel thing since you brought it up. Cuba is next on the list. Like, they legitimately have a fucking list of the places that they're just gonna attack. Where the hell did I put that tab at? Sorry, I have to imagine this later once I got through some stuff. Aha! Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says President Donald Trump will target Cuba next for the Independent. And if you think, oh, it's Lindsey Graham, he's just a warmongering neocon, fuck him. Well, here's Trump on Fox News saying roughly the same thing.
The Cuban government is talking with us. They're in a big deal of trouble, as you know. They have no money, they have no anything right now. But they're talking with us, and maybe we'll have a friendly takeover of Cuba. We could very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
What about the post?
After many, many years, we've had a lot of years of dealing with Cuba. I've been hearing about Cuba since I'm a little boy, but they're in big trouble, and we could very well, something good, I think very positive for the people that were expelled or worse from Cuba that live here.
So, yeah, April will probably be Cuba. He says friendly takeover, but if they're in talks with Cuba, then maybe it could actually be something relatively nice. But after he says that he's been saying that he's been hearing about Cuba since he's a little kid, and they've been a huge problem, and Iran's been a huge problem for 47 years. He keeps saying. So, I guess we'll have to wait and see once the whole Iran situation's over. It really seems like they have a legit hit list at this point for different countries. We got Venezuela, we got Mexico, Well, I guess it's more so civil war in the case of Mexico. But we have made threats to the Mexican government because they've been it's a little bit spicy. So maybe Mexico's a little bit further down the list. We're now in Iran. We got Cuba as a possibility. What's next? Place your bets, chat. Place your bets. uh, attacking all the nations that are not connected to certain banks. Yeah, it's a little bit suspicious here. What happened to the no wars talk Trump was preaching about during the election season? Well, it's out the window now. Clearly, goy. You foolish goy. You should know better. And like the thing is, if it was just Lindsey Graham talking about this, I would have just been, I would have scoffed and laughed. Okay, the war hawk is at it again. But the fact that he's corroborated by him saying this on Fox News, if he's actually listening to Lindsey Graham when it comes to wars, that's a huge concern. Lindsey Graham is a fool. He's memed to oblivion for being such a crazy warhawk, constantly wanting troops on their ground so he can stuff his pockets full for the military-industrial complex. And if Trump's actually in line with him, now I'm not saying he's actually listening to Lindsey Graham, but if their interests align, I'm a bit concerned. I'm just a bit concerned, to say the least, because I don't want Lindsey Graham having that much influence or that much power when it comes to wars like this. In any way, shape, or form. Ugh. Thank you, Dinosaur, for the $10 redos. Thank you. The world is burning again. The best thing to do is wake up early, work out, cook a steak, and watch the clips with a flying tobacco in my pipe. Enjoy the little things even on a spite. Yes. Remember that, chat. Remember. That is important. Despite all the issues with Iran and possibly with Cuba and Israel influence and all that wonderful fun stuff, right? At the end of the day, the only thing you can focus on is you, yourself, and, well, your family, your friends, and your local community. Because unless you're actually in the military, and unless it gets so bad they need a draft, which I don't see the drafts coming anytime soon, even if things do get messy, then the only thing you need to worry about is yourself. Because you live in, I don't know, Iowa, well, let's say, right? Or California. You're nowhere near Iran. You're nowhere near Cuba. Yeah, your tax dollars are being wasted, but that's nothing new. But what you can do is try to make your life better and your friends and family as best as possible. And then thank you. I have to scroll here. Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $5 redos. Thank you. That post is from Vertical Politics video called "The Perversion of the Western Foundation Myth." Is it actually from a video? Because I thought it originated on 4chan. And if somebody made a video about it, that makes sense. But if it's the reverse, then it is what it is. I can actually want to look it up because I love. I shouldn't say love because it's more like it's nothing ever really. A lot of things have made me wake up and realize so various things. Well, and struck pretty deep, but that post in particular is, I don't know, very very eye opening for what's happening in the world. Perversion of the Western. Let's see here. It's not unusual. Okay, there's one 5-minute video. Well, 4 minutes and 45 seconds exactly. It looks like a re-upload. I'm assuming it's been taken down from the actual. I'll have to watch this later. Not for tonight, because I still have a lot of tabs over Iran. And then another topic afterwards, which I do really want to get to, because it is actually technically Iran. Attention. But still. But thank you for letting me know. I'll check that out later. Thank you. And let me check the Ko-Fi stuff to make sure we're all good in the hood there. Or Mossad stopped by. Oh, Mossad did stop by. Thank you. The resilient chud spirit of Ali Khamenei. Grosky. Ash tattoo that says property of the big Yahoo fund. JK's for 5 Nights in Tehran. Also, wasn't there supposed to be an archive of all your old VODs so you could upload? What happened to that? I will put your $20 reduce to 5 Nights in Tehran. Thank you, Growski. That. As for the archive, it was supposed to happen way back in the day, but then I got talked out of it because there was some spicy information and stuff like that. Because for various reasons. So if you have the archives, good for you. If you don't have the archives, then well, good luck. I know they exist out there, but yeah. Okay, here, $20 too, so $5.99. Okay, I believe we're caught up now on the supers, so let's get to Israel. Seeing that literally Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, straight up came out and admitted that the whole reason why we went into this war in the first place is literally because of Israel, right? The Chinese oil thing is a relatively valid excuse. The Iran being a huge fucking problem for 47 years and all the death they've caused is a relatively valid excuse. But the fact that Israel struck the first strike has always put a bad taste in my fucking mouth, plus all the other propaganda. But the Secretary of fucking State straight up admitted it is Israel. I'm not kidding. I watched this earlier, twice. Twice I watched this clip earlier. Because I couldn't fucking believe it. And I wanted to watch it a second time just to make sure. Just to make sure I wasn't just, being, the thoughts being projected into my mind because of everybody saying that it's Israel's fault. No, it's true. But I'll let you, chat, decide on that.
States conducted this operation.
Ooh, that is loud. My apologies.
The United States conducted this operation with a very clear goal in mind. I haven't got a chance to see a lot of reporting. I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you, and I'll do it once again as clearly as possible. Perhaps you'll report it that way. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because
the fact that he mentioned Israel, he said the U.S. or Israel. Put a pin in the fact that he said or Israel in this case. Just keep that in mind.
In fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned.
Now, you could make the argument that had they been pre-positioned and were that ready to launch, means that they were getting ready to attack us regardless. You could also make the argument that because tensions have been so bad between Iran and Israel and the United States for so long, that they were really prepared for a strike ever happening, which is what he said, right? That Iran was prepared to launch counterattacks if they ever get struck by Israel or the United States, which, once again, not a fan of Iran, not really trying to defend them here, but I can't really blame them for being prepared. Because things have been so bad for 47 years, as they keep on mentioning. So, of course, they're prepared to defend themselves if they are attacked, because it's kind of been like... I know we're the boy that cried wolf when it comes to, they're weeks away from nuclear weapons, but it still was a thing that, been kind of led up. Even if beyond the whole 47 years thing, the past few months in general, right? After the nuclear strikes, or the strikes on the nuclear weapons, the strikes on the nuclear base, that happened last year, for example, it makes sense that they were prepared. Not defending them, because they're still bad. I don't like the Muslims, and I don't like Iran or anything like that, but it makes sense.
Third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
And that last part is the most important part about the whole entire thing. Is the, like, if okay, so the first half of what he said, if they struck first, there would have been higher casualties. Okay, makes sense. Like in that case, you make the argument that we should have done like a first strike as the preemptive self defense thing. But then he adds on that we knew that Israel was going to make a preemptive strike, and if we didn't also retaliate back, it would have been worse for casualties for us. That literally means that Israel dragged us into the war. They knew that Israel was going to strike. And that forced America's hand to also strike or also be worse casualties. So they couldn't tell Israel no. So then that makes me question, okay, who is the owner? Who holds the leash, right? Because if America can't tell Israel no, and Israel just does anything anyways, knowing full well that America will be forced to be dragged into this war even we didn't want to be, which reports do show, or do tell, that Trump actually was trying his best to avoid direct war with Iran, and if Israel didn't actually, we couldn't control Israel and they still did it anyways, and our hand was forced to be involved, that means, quite literally, Israel dragged us into this war. Like, that is so fucking infuriating. that is so upsetting to me. That we can't, like, I know Israel controls the United States. I know we're their little bitch. I know we're their little puppet. So the fact that we can't actually say no to them is not that surprising. But at least for the longest time, we were acting like that wasn't the case. Which, and all that fun stuff. But the fact that we can't tell them no, and we got dragged into the space of Israel, I mean, it's so upsetting. I mean, and then this is where the whole talk I had with my dad earlier about, I brought up the fact that Israel dragged us into the war, and then he spent 5 minutes defending Israel. It's like, how, I don't get how you can do that. How you can defend Israel. It's like it's like a friend who constantly causes trouble for you, constantly getting drunk, getting in car accidents, crying and needing money all the time, constantly leeching off of you. What do you get in return? What's the benefit of Israel? Okay, military. We have a military base in the Middle East. Okay, why do we need a military base in the Middle East? Oh, because the Middle East is constantly at war with us. Well, okay, why do we are constantly at war in the Middle East? Oh, it's because the UK carved out Israel from Palestine. They're really pissed at us for stepping in there. And now Israel, and they really don't like the Jews because they're a conflict of religions. So now we have to be Israel's little defender, and but so that's why we need a military. That's why we need a base in the Middle East. I guess you could maybe use the oil argument as well, but I feel like with how we have relatively friendly relations with Saudi Arabia, we wouldn't need Israel in that case. So yeah, not great. Now the benefit is there is a silver lining to what Rubio is saying here, right? As upsetting as it is that Israel literally dragged us into the war, the silver lining is, well, they admitted it. They're being honest about the situation. We can everybody's been labeled a crazy conspiracy theorist who has Israel derangement syndrome, who is constantly saying Israel's dragging us into anything. We're the little bitch. Like people like me and many others in chat and in various places, right? Can now say that we are right, we are justified, in this case, which is a good thing, because we're no longer crazy conspiracy theorists that does like to wear tinfoil hats. It is 100% completely confirmed that it's Israel's fault in the case of the war starting, and it hopefully will wake up. It might not make them super, might not make the normies have the J question on their minds or anything like that. But hopefully that will make some people who were teetering on it or questioning some different things, or or at least wake some people up on the fact that Israel has bit control over us in particular, and it's Israel's fault. And that will that's a good thing, because more anti-Israel sentiment, in my opinion, is better. I know the left is a good chunk of that, and their reasoning is completely different to the rights. But all I'm saying is there's a split in the right between people who are anti-Israel and those who are pro-Israel. And hopefully this will get some people on the pro-Israel side to go anti-Israel, with the Trump administration literally saying that it is Israel's fault. And that's a win. Like, actually, some people are arguing this is like 40 chess that Rubio's doing here by admitting that it's Israel, because of that. That way we can, the anti-Israel sentiment does grow. Now, does it really help anything? Because if the politicians in charge don't actually do anything about it, not particularly. But it is leading towards something. At least that's how it feels like it's doing online. It's leading towards something happening where a change can happen, because between the left and the right having such severe Israel fatigue, they don't really have any favors other than the boomers, and the boomers are unfortunately close to their deathbeds, which doesn't take me any pleasure to say, seeing that my dad's a literal boomer himself. But they're not gonna have any friends left if they keep this up. The silver lining that's also not silver lining at the same time, as that could be just an excuse to help protect Trump. Basically take the heat off of him and say it's not his fault we're going to war with Iran, because it is so unpopular. Even though he says he doesn't care about polling, they can be like, okay, well, it wasn't Trump that started it. Though I really don't think that's a good excuse, personally, myself, because that makes Trump look weak. Like, the fact that we can't control Israel, and then our hands being forced to do their bidding, because they help, reducing casualties does make sense, but it doesn't really make Trump in a good position, because he still can't control Israel, because Israel's supposed to be our lapdog, not the other way around. And a lot of normies and Americans are still going to see it as Trump starting it. Well, pressing buttons. Regardless of the case, just because he's the president, right? He's the president when this happened, and so therefore it's his fault. So, it's definitely a very interesting situation that Rubio has put on our plates. It's frustrating because it confirms exactly what a lot of people, including me, have been saying, but it's also good because at least they're honest about it. Trump is making the best of a bad situation. I mean, yes, it does seem like he didn't, but based off the reports that I've been reading, and I might have tabs about it. So many tabs about this, I'm kind of losing track of what I have and what I don't have at this point. He was quite reluctant to go into this war. I mean, for fuck's sakes. There was a post that he used to make. I don't know what the date is because it got cut off of the screenshot. But he talked about how Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do it, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. This sounds familiar, but I can't remember if it was the past year or this. I'm assuming it's past year because it's Truth Social, right? So, like, he's already tried to warn Israel once. Stop doing this. Didn't really work out the second time. Plain and simple, our defenses, specifically surrounding Israel, need to be packed up and moved elsewhere. If they want to call the shots, they can care for their own asses. I agree. Like, I don't like the Muslims. I want to make completely clear. I do not like the Middle East. But if we're so insistent on having an ally in the Middle East, it shouldn't be Israel. It should be like Egypt. Like, don't we, like, I mean, maybe this is where I'm showing my naivety here, right? Or my lack of knowledge for different geopolitical situations when it comes to war in the Middle East in particular. But aren't we on actually decent terms with Egypt? Right? Like, I get it's a bit further away because it's actually in Africa, but it's still technically in the Middle East. I brought up Saudi Arabia earlier, though I really don't trust them. Still like them better than Israel, but I really don't trust them. I feel like it's possible, man. be a non-Muslim ally in the Middle East, especially on the land Israel's on? That's impossible. The British purposely carved out Israel specifically for the Jews, during/after World War I, right? That's not happening unless they get glassed. Imagine not only Sean being an ally with Iran. I don't see that happening though, because Trump already said, well, the Iranian people can decide what they want. They decided what they wanted in 1953, and we overthrew them in that case, which then led to we installed the Shah then, who then got overthrown in 1979, and now we've been having the severe terrorist problems since 1979. Like, regardless, this whole regime change thing we keep on doing in the Middle East keeps on biting us in the ass every single time. Every single time. I swear to God, like, name me, chat. Once again, maybe showing my ignorance here. Name me one time that regime change has actually been in our favor and has lasted longer than like 25 years. Okay? Okay, name me one time since the end of World War II that has actually worked out in our favor and has not completely bitten us in the ass, dragged us into useless stupid wars, or anything like that in the Middle East. I should have added the Middle East there, but I waited till the end. Japan, Korea. I mean, Middle East is my big deal here. But Japan, okay, you know what? I'll give Japan a pass in that case, because I didn't add that till the end, and two, it is pretty successful, though it took us two nukes to do so. Oh, Middle East, I got nothing. So, yes, regime change is a fucking horrible mistake. The only one people can say is Japan, but that I brought up, and then Korea was mentioned before I even mentioned the Middle East situation. So, okay, South America, the regime change we've done there, also fucking mess. So not as bad as the Middle East, I would say. Like, Germany has a second try. Well, that took them a second try and lots of groveling and problems there. So, I like it. Japan, they're honoring Aryans, so that's why I can see it works out. I don't even think it's coping. I really think it's simply demographic difference there. Everybody knows the Japanese are different than the rest of the Asians, like that. So, I guess Korean does exist. But when it comes to like the third world, like the Middle East, Africa, South America, it doesn't fucking work. Okay, where was I at here? Oh, and speaking of Israel and the fact that they forced us into this, they put out this propaganda today, being like, Iran's ballistic capability spans beyond the Middle East. The Iranian Ayatollah regime is threatening the world peace. Iran's ballistic range reaches Europe. They're trying to like fearmonger and be like, look at how far Iran's missiles can go. It can strike Hungary, because I'm so concerned about Hungary. Eastern Europe. And I guess a little bit of Italy, which is southern Italy, and that's full of Browns anyway, so I don't really care. Like, okay. For the record, I like Europe a lot. I'm a Europhile. Eastern Europe's doing a million times better than Western Europe is on a lot of ways. Maybe not exactly economically, but demographically. And you can recover economically, you cannot recover demographically without severe consequences. Spain faced that within the 800 years. So, and not to mention, like, what does Iran win by attacking Eastern Europe because they are so weak? Other than getting NATO involvement and then being completely crushed? Like, I'm not defending Iran here, but I don't think the threat is Iran striking Eastern Europe. I really don't think. Oh, they're gonna strike V? Well, I'm sorry, V. You're a gypsy anyways. Get missiled, I guess. Kick V. No. Nuke V. Yes. Oh my god, can somebody in the Discord server please make a meme about that? Cause I would love that to send to him. So something about this with this and him. That I would love that if you'd be willing to do so. Thank you guys in advance. Don't you care about V? No, he's a gypsy. But like, I'm so scared about Iran attacking Eastern Europe. Wow. It's all Israel. Like, okay, Libya, get nuked. Egypt, I've heard good things about Egypt, but once again, Middle East, I don't care. Turkey, get the fuck out. Russia is an enemy, even though I think it's a mistake, but regardless, that mistake was in 2000. So it is what it is. Like, wow, I'm so scared of them. I know there was part of the propaganda that Trump said was like, oh, well, they're working on getting missiles like in reach the United States, whatever the case is. But like, which is a concern if that's the case, but like they're so I don't know, like this doesn't work on me, especially when they have the audacity to post this 3 days after they Israel, who struck first, started the war. And also this is where Israel's Jericho 3 nuclear missiles can hit. Because they have the Samson option. And for those who don't know, the Samson option is literally their first response if they're ever nuked, right? If Israel's ever nuked, they will do the Samson option, which means they will literally blow up the entire world with them, which is why they have so much control and everyone's so scared of them. Other than the blackmail and the bribes and everything else in between. It's the Samson option, because look at this range. This is literally nuke anywhere in the world, because thanks to our tax dollars, the US tax dollars, they funded this shit, and they can literally do it anywhere in the world, except for, I guess, this range within, like, South America. I guess Chile and Argentina. Maybe that's why Hitler fled to Argentina. That makes a lot of sense, and then they can regain his troops so he can strike back Israel once the nuclear war starts. That's actually weird. Anyways, basically, so Washington's down, Europe is fucked. Africa's, I don't know, I would be grateful if that happened. India, same thing. China, like, it's Joe over, chat. It's Joe over. But no, we have to worry about Iran striking Eastern Europe. Oh my god. Thank you, Hexo2, for the $1 do. Saudi Arabia is completely out of the question. House of Saud is controlled by Israel. It's a rumor among Muslims that House of Saud might be secret Jews. Oh, interesting. Lovely. No wonder they're so greedy and money grubby here. The biggest problem with the Middle East is that it has been a mosh pit since the dawn of time. Doesn't matter how you back, you're gonna get a flax of basket to the face for your troubles. Yes. I said this earlier, but never, it doesn't happen. Doesn't happen here. So I'm moving to New Zealand. I've heard it's quite pretty there, but you'll get arrested for hate speech while you're at it. Good luck with that. Oh, and speaking of Israeli weapons, the Goy beams are real. Unironically, the Goy beams, right? Because everyone's talking about, like, Jewish lasers was a conspiracy theory. Yeah, well, the difference between a conspiracy theory and reality is just a matter of time. The Goy beams are literally real. Israel just used a directed energy weapons DEWs. Israel used their high-power laser weapons, the Iron Beam. During Biden's turn, the media work relentlessly to fact-check these weapons as conspiracy theories. Just Goy beams. They look like fireworks almost, with how they, like, don't go that high and then they dissipate. But they're literally weapons being shot off in the distance. I guess you lose track of it because they're so strong. And it's not just Wall Street apes putting it, because this is a fucking shitty account. But literally this was posted from the Israel War Room. It is who posted this originally. Okay? Officially a golden labeled account we're talking here. Historic. For the first time ever, Israel used the Iron Beam to intercept rockets fired by Hezbollah. The Goy beams are real. Uh, and the instill faith in the army. Rubio said that they can build 100 ballistic missiles a month. And we build 6 or 7. Okay, chat, do your thing. Do your thing. Get the 6, 7 out of your system. Yeah, a month versus thousands of their one-way drones.
They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month. They can build 100 of these a month, not to mention the thousands of one-way attack drones that they also have. They are producing.
Thank you, Rubio, for that faith. I mean, frankly, I know the American military is really strong. I'm sure we probably won't have too much of a problem, all things considered. But he's trying to be like, ooh, Iran is so scary. You know, like they're such a threat because they can produce 100 ballistic missiles a month versus we can only build 6 or 7 interceptors. Which is... I mean, I'm not gonna say that's not incorrect. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm gonna assume it is, which if that's the case, that is a problem. But we're like this goes back to the whole administration doesn't know what they're talking about. Because they didn't have a consistent message in this case. Because they're like, you know, we'll demolish Iran, we decapitated them, but we destroyed 11 of their military ships. We killed 40 of their top leaders, including the Ayatollah. All this other like crazy stuff, right, about how successful they've been. But is Iran so scary? Oh no, we're so scared of Iran. They can build 100 ballistic missiles a month. Oh, like okay, be consistent. All right, are we super badass and can knock them out, and this is gonna be done in 4 weeks? Or are they like the biggest threat in the whole world? State-sponsored terrorism here? Like. It really seems like they're just picking something, whatever fits their narrative to gain as much, much support as possible. But little do they know is that the internet archives everything. Yeah, the internet forgets within like 2 days. But this started 2 days ago. It hasn't been a full cycle yet. It's just inconsistent messaging all over the place. And I'm not saying Iran isn't some sort of threat in some way, shape, or form. I would just like consistency from the Trump administration about what the fuck's going on with Iran. Because clearly they're still a threat. They're still attacking. They already talked earlier talking about doing an all-out war right before streams started here. The decapitation's not working. Yes, we've been quite effective on them, but they're still alive and kicking. So it's just it's just inconsistent messaging overall, and that irritates me. I started running out of interceptors during the last time we bombed them. Israel wanted a ceasefire due to this reason because the majority of interceptions aimed at Israel was done by the United States, not Israel. I'm gonna believe chat because they're more knowledgeable about the specific military details like this, and that makes me very upset. That just makes me very, very upset. Inconsistent messaging isn't new for war propaganda. I know, but after the breath of fresh air of capturing Maduro because of oil, it's annoying to say the least that this is happening this time around with Iran. Even though he already said that, oh, it's Israel's fault. Which was a nice breath of fresh air, too. Which is, well, going back to the inconsistency thing, Matt Walsh has fucking 10 out of 10 the past few days, right? His takes on anime and video games, abysmal. Do not let that man get anywhere close to anime and video games. Holy fuck. Oh my god, he's awful on that. But when it comes to social matters and different things like that, he's actually great. And it's just been win after win after win from all the posts that I've seen over the past few days by him. Like, he's way more articulate than I am. He's way more sophisticated. He can get his point across quite cleanly and clearly like that. And it's great because it's just 10 out of 10 from Matt Walsh. So far, we've heard that although we killed the whole Iranian regime, this was not a regime change war. And although we obliterated their nuclear program, we had to do so. We had to do this because of their nuclear program. And although Iran was not planning any attacks on the United States, they also might have been, depending on who you ask. And although they were not fighting this war to free the Iranian people, they are now free, or might be, depending on who seizes power. And we have no idea who that would be. Messaging on this thing is, to put it mildly, confused. Technically, they've already addressed about the whole nuclear program thing, being like, yeah, we did obliterate it, but they're determined to do it again. We found a whole different site that they're continuing on the stuff. Like, that technically has already been answered if we're going to be believing what the administration says, but the rest of it's completely true. But the problem is, Matt Walsh has been having hit after hit the whole entire weekend. That Caroline Levitt had a cold tweet him to not get the ratio because that's she's just yeah, it's not looking great for the Trump administration right now. But she had to step in, the press secretary, and be like, actually, on Saturday, President Trump released a statement laying out clear objectives to the American people for Operation Epic Fury. Let me reiterate them. Destroy the Iranian regime's missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. Annihilate the Iranian regime's navy. Ensure the regime's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attacker forces. Stop them from making and using IEDs or roadside bombs, which have gravely wounded and killed thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. Guarantee that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Preventing this radical regime and its terrorist leaders from threatening America and our core national security interests is a clear-eyed and unnecessary objective. Killing terrorists is good for America. 49 of the most senior Iranian regime leaders, including Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, have already been wiped off the face of the earth so far in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury. Finally, while Operation Midnight Hammer did obliterate Iran's major nuclear sites, the regime was fully committed to rebuilding their nuclear program, and they refused to make a deal despite months of extended talks and good faith efforts by President Trump's top negotiators. Simply put, the terrorist Iranian regime would not say yes to peace. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has actively and unintentionally facilitated the killing of Americans while chanting death to America and funding over other bloodthirsty terrorists seeking to destroy the United States, all Western civilization. Prior American leaders were too weak and too cowardly to do anything about it. Now President Donald J. Trump is correcting decades of cowardice and holding these responsible for the deaths of Americans accountable. Her brutal attacks and threats will finally end under President Trump. America will win. The terrorists will be defeated. And let me drink some water before I respond to all of that, because that was struggling at the end. My apologies. Okay, so if this is all true, I say if because once again, this is propaganda, and propaganda is always used in a negative sense, but technically it's neutral, right? It's just spreading the messaging, a narrative for one particular side for whatever their objective is. And there is good propaganda, there's bad propaganda. And if this is good propaganda, there's actually legit reasons to support it, then great. If this is bad propaganda and the administration is trying to trick us into believing them, not so great. And it's kind of hard to tell, in my personal opinion, because I recognize Iran is not exactly a friendly country. I get that the state sponsor terrorism. I get their massive ideological theocracy shithole, and that has been a huge problem since 1979, as people keep on mentioning, right? I get that they should have been, taken out years ago, and she does address that other presidents were too coward to do anything about it, right, and too weak. I mean, I partially agree with that, but you have Obama drone striking citizens in the Middle East. Yeah, Bush and Iraq and Afghanistan, and the Desert Storm and everything like that, between the Bushes in general, I mean. Like, we had Reagan, who solved the Iran hostage crisis and had the Iran-Contra. So, were they really too weak to handle Iran? Or is it like each president gets a slice of the Middle East, right? This president gets Iraq, right? This president gets Libya. This president gets... I guess Libya's not exactly the... Is right? Now I'm losing track. Libya's in Africa. And, like, this president get this section, right? Like, so... Is that what we're doing here? Because I know Trump's going all over the place right now. Reports come out of the US such Israel accidentally blew up a fleet of potential leaders so he had line to replace the regime. Yeah, I saw that. That's kind of part of the problem when, you know, you just constantly blow up shit. And then the whole nuclear thing, like, I don't, once again, I saw this earlier, I'll repeat myself again. Not like I really want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Though if they nuke Israel, then that's a win in my book. Frankly. But it's like after 30 years of hold, they're 3 weeks away from nuclear weapons. I just don't care about that excuse anymore. That doesn't change the fact that they've been inconsistent. So this was posted today, March 2nd, 12:51 p.m. The article I read earlier is also today about the whole 47 years. It really seems like today, that's when the administration has finally figured out what the excuse they're going to be using. Because the past 2 days, they've been using nuclear weapons and Iranian freedom. Well, nobody believes in nuclear weapons because the past 30 years, and nobody cares about Iranians' freedom because nobody gives a shit about Iranians. So now they're using the fact that they've been terrorists and been fighting them for so long, supposedly for 47 years. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow we'll have a new excuse to add to the pile with it. Like, these do seem like kind of legit, but it doesn't change Matt Walsh's criticism that the messaging of this is confusing all over the place. Especially when there are reports, once again, this is from Reuters, technically, this is RNZ, technically the website, but Reuters was the first one to report on this, but that supposedly from inside sources, Pentagon tells Congress no sign that Iran was going to attack the U.S. first, sources say. Trump administration officials acknowledged in closed-door briefings with congressional staff there are no intelligence suggesting Iran planned to attack U.S. forces first, few people familiar with the matter say. Now, when it comes to different things like this, it could be false, because obviously they can't actually say who they are, or else they're going to lose their jobs and maybe be found in a back alley. So you have to take this with a bit of a grain of salt. But still, in Rubio's little statement here, where he admitted that Israel is the one who pulled the trigger, and he's the reason why we got ourselves into the war, he did also say, or at least and frame things to be like, oh, well, Israel was going to strike us first. Not Israel, sorry. No. They strike us in other ways. No, Iran was going to strike us first. But if this is true, that no intelligence suggesting Iran planned to attack U.S. forces first, then, well, that goes out the window. That goes a little bit out the window there, doesn't it? Like, the other excuses kind of make sense too, but in my opinion, the most valid of them all is that Iran is going to strike first. Doing a preemptive self-defense strike is the most valid argument of them all. That doesn't, if this is true, no. The United States and Israel launched their most ambitious attacks on Iran in decades on Saturday, and it goes over all the details we've already been over in this paragraph here. And then it goes over more details about everything too that we've already gone over. War of choice, Pentagon's briefings, how many people have been killed, that kind of deal. So if this is true, well, and then once again, because I've been keep on saying the past 30 years they've been talking about Iran building a nuclear bomb. Here's all the clips of Netanyahu claiming the exact same thing. In case you didn't believe me.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Iran will be capable
of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
Once Saddam has nuclear weapons, the terror network will have nuclear weapons. Next thing you'll see is a nuclear bomb in the World Trade Center. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
If not stopped.
Yeah, I mean, look at Babyface Benjamin Netanyahu, right? Like, I mean, these are all data you can tell by the quality of them. And look at that baby face! He looks so young in this one in 1995. But ignoring that factor, once again, I just, pardon me if I don't really believe them on the nuclear weapons argument here, and pardon other people for being hesitant as well, when this has been the propaganda for 30 years. P.E.P.E. so kawaii. We can't stop the war. Who's going to negotiate? Yeah, that's an important point too that somebody else brought up in one of my tabs. There's that section of tabs I brought up earlier because I kind of skipped a little bit. Is it? Yes. Yes. So once again, dumb woman. I'm getting my opinions from other men, right? It's a very weird war. Iran prepared for decapitation strikes by pre-authorizing field commanders to retaliate at will. Which, this is not just a schizo post on Twitter, literally already been confirmed. Trump's talking about decapitation strikes with it when it comes to this. The Iranian foreign minister admitting that military units are mostly out of command at the moment. So in a sense, Iran turned itself into a giant bomb, trying to detonate when it got hit. Which is true. They were very as soon as Israel hit the first strike, they immediately retaliated. The Iranian military is essentially a weapons-free, which makes it hard for them to coordinate or mass strikes. It also makes them unpredictable and difficult to control. On the other hand, you have the United States pursuing contradictory war aims. Once again, stated about the contradictions. The White House seems to want to negotiate, but the decapitation leaves it with nobody who's clearly empowered to negotiate. Since Iran's military is basically emptying the clip without central direction, it's not even clear that the ceasefire could be implemented by Iran if they want it. Trump explicitly said that the people they expected to take charge in Tehran are now dead. Yes, they killed 40 to 49 officials, depending on when you got your reports of different things. They've already admitted that they accidentally killed the people that they wanted to take charge. And it's been very obvious that Iran's military is decentralized. So even if they do get taken out, they can keep on attacking. Hence why they're still fucking attacking. Hence why there was a statement earlier, right before stream started. I go way back in my tabs for this shit. Where the fuck did I have it now? But Iran's ready to wage an all-out war with the United States and Israel. Like, they've been preparing for this for a very long time. Not saying that I'm on Iran's side in this case. I want to be completely clear on that. I'm not on Iran's side. I would like them to be knocked out, to be completely honest. What I don't like is us being dragged by fucking Israel's leash. And now we have this hot mess. It's all a recipe for maximum chaos with few breaks. The US has to commit to a throw-weight game either until Iran's strike capability is completely degraded, or until Iran reasserts central control and can submit to some sort of negotiated ceasefire. The latter doesn't seem likely because the US is systematically degrading Iranian command and control. Like, this is a Ouroboros situation where we just can't, like, we can't negotiate with anybody. We want to negotiate, but because we can't negotiate with anybody, we keep on attacking and we keep on killing the people who we would possibly negotiate. So, which leads me to the fact that my original conclusion that the only way to properly solve this is to wipe them out. Like, now that this war has started, the only way we're really going to be able to handle this, because of how bad the situation is either Iran's going to be in a situation of, like, a war of attrition situation, where they will do their best with their decentralization. They're not exactly winning at the moment, albeit, like, and not like I want them to win either. But they're doing their best. Like, they are in full frenzy right now. They're attacking left and right and center all over the place. And they will hold out as long as they can until it's over, and then they'll fully be defeated. That really seems like to be the case. How long that takes, don't know. We could probably get it done sooner if we add a little bit more force. It's time will have to tell him this stuff. And if you want even more information on something like this, I highly recommend watching this video by S2 Underground that was released today. This guy is fucking amazing. He listens to military comms, police reports, has this whole fucking website where he tracks all this other like crazy fucking shit. Like this man knows all the secret fucking knowledge when it comes to like military and things that are happening police wise and various other things as well because of the sources and things that he has. And this video, which I highly trust this guy because of how credible his sources and everything he says, lines up with this, lines up the problems that we're having with this Iran war. And you know what? I will put this link in chat for you guys to watch. It's only 7 minutes long, but for the sake of time tonight, we're not gonna watch it. I watched it myself earlier before stream just to kind of get a better idea what's happening. Fantastic here. I mean, yeah, I understand your skepticism, but a few things in Iran's arsenal can detect and shoot down F-15EX, the S-300 and 400 systems are almost next to useless against stealth technology. I'm not saying Iran has better tech than we do. I've said repeatedly throughout this stream that we have the best military in the world and capabilities. I think the Maduro situation made that blatantly clear, seeing that we completely fucked them up. I mean, we made the soldiers vomit blood and have it coming from their nose and shit with some sort of mysterious weapon that we had. It was insane. So I'm not saying Iran's gonna win this. My problem is how far we're gonna go, how many casualties we're gonna have, how long this is actually gonna last in the end, because they are putting up a fight and attacking willy-nilly all over the place. Who's all gonna get involved, because since they have attacked military bases when it comes to Europe, there's that problem. China and Russia are supposedly supposed to be their allies, but they're not exactly good allies. They're not actually stepping in to help them. They made enemies in the Middle East by attacking the US bases within their borders. Like, there's a whole bunch of factors here that makes it sound like it should be over relatively quickly. And that corroborates the whole Trump's thing about 4 weeks. And who knows, maybe it gets done in 4 weeks and everything's all fine and dandy. But it's a fact that if the report is true that Iran was not going to strike first, and Rubio straight up says that we got dragged into this war specifically because of Israel, struck them first, just because they wanted to. And then we had to get dragged in because that's the best way to minimize casualties. It doesn't exactly make me happy this war is starting. Not saying Iran's a great place. I would happily glass them. We can send the nuke over whenever. I don't care. It's the situation. My problem with this is the situation that caused it and the ramifications of it. What was this tab? Oh, this is the Cuba thing. That's right. Because I try to have these in order, but I did skip some ahead. Oh, and speaking of allies and things that they've done, friendly reminder once again, they've attacked some bases. They've attacked Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia, if this is true, once again, take this with a grain of salt. I haven't seen any reports otherwise. And I've already seen this post, this thing already post some fake news once, though it might have been accidental because, once again, fog of war, aimless chasing, different things like that. But supposedly, a Saudi official says the U.S. abandoned them and redirected its air defense to protect Israel. It left all the Gulf states that host American military bases at the mercy of Iranian strikes. So they're not exactly happy with us for abandoning them and protecting Israel first and foremost. Which, I mean, Israel is our greatest ally after all, so it makes sense we'll go to them first and foremost. But we didn't even bother trying to protect our own bases that were put on their soil, as we have treaties and negotiations and relations with these other countries, and we just let them get attacked, and well, that's it. Not like, even though Iran's not making friends by attacking everybody around them like this, if this report is true, once again, take it with a grain of salt, but if this report is true, not like we're making any friends either if we're just abandoning these countries that are being attacked by Iran because we have bases on their land. Yeah, not the best. Not the best here. Meanwhile, the UK, as a quick summary, of things, US asked to use British bases. We say no. Tell everyone we weren't involved and hope they leave us alone. Oh dear, they didn't leave us alone. United Kingdom, Akrotiri, Cyprus. They're shooting missiles at us. Claiming that the only way to stop this and protect British citizens is to destroy the missiles at source. Allow Americans to use our bases to destroy the missiles at source. Refuse to help destroy the missiles at source, even though we just said destroying them at source is only with the end threat to British citizens. Tell everyone we're not involved and hope they'll leave us alone. UK bros.
Is it the Jews?
I'm very
is it the
sorry.
Jews?
I'm very sorry.
I'm
I know it's
assuming
not
it's
you
always the
specifically,
Jews.
because I know it's the British government. I know it's Keir Starmer. I know you guys are fucked in that ass too. But man, this is rough. Meanwhile, French President Macron has just surged the number of nuclear warheads in France's arsenal and will no longer broadcast to the world how many nukes they have. To be free, we must be feared. To be feared, we have to be powerful. I don't know if this is English or not. Okay, there's a translator. Thank God.
I have ordered that we increase the number of nuclear arsenal in order to put pay to any speculation. We will no longer communicate on the figures regarding our nuclear arsenal, contrary to past practice. In order to be free, therefore, we must be feared. And in order to be feared, we have to be powerful. This increase in our arsenal reflects that approach. But in order to be powerful, and this is the second part of my intervention, we have to be united. And I'm going to speak about Europe.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, because the UK already backed out. Hello, to make it feel better. Apparently Germany, and apparently the UK already took defensive action against Iran, though, case they're not exactly that willing to be defensive, but Germany might be the case. But we'll see. This is probably a smart strategy for France to hide how much power they have. So we'll see if they'll start seeing that Macron and No made a statement a couple days ago where they surrendered before it even really started. So in general, Europe's not doing too well. However, the Greeks are fighting the Persians. The Greeks deploy multiple warship fighters to Cyprus after Iranian attacks. 2 Hellenic Navy frigates will be sent. One, the brand new French-built FDI HN frigate HS Kimon F601. That's a bunch of jargon, in my opinion. I don't know what any of that means, but it's a boat. It's a boat. Which, if I remember correctly, France does. Nope. Wait. The United Kingdom is the one that has one in Cyprus. Okay, then. But it's Greece that is sending fires to Cyprus. Not the UK. Where the fuck did I put that tab? It's not the UK who has the base in Cyprus on Greece's land. I mean, it's funny the Greeks are fighting the Persians, don't get me wrong. But not a good look. Not a good look here. Like, Jesus Christ, man. And if you also want good war updates, OS&T Tentacle, great fucking page to follow on Twitter. Lots of great reports to find, where they have on-the-ground sources, radio comms, different things like that. 10 out of 10 recommend here. Oh, and to finish things off, when it comes to the specifically the Iran situation, the timing of the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism. Probably should have put this earlier with the Israel issue instead, but oh well. The timing of the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran bears symbolic meaning in Judaism. Ahead of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim, worshippers read the specific portion from the Old Testament, known as Sakor. The passage from the book of Deuteronomy commands the ancient Israelites to remember unprovoked attack by the nation of Amalek, and to eradicate the memory of Amalek once the Israelites are settled onto their land. The passage is read publicly before Purim to fulfill the mitzvah of remembering Amalek as Israel's archetypical enemy. This is insane in by Tal Shalev, which makes me, and based off that profile pic, makes me believe she knows what she's talking about when it comes to this here. So there's a symbol. So for those who don't know about Amalek, as this thing, unprovoked attack by the nation of Amalek. Well, they have the Jews, the tiny hats, really hate Amalek, and in this case, they use Amalek as a umbrella term for the Western world. Fun fact: they see it as their revenge for being perpetual victims of the entirety of human history. Everyone is Amalek. Anybody who is not a Jew is Amalek. In this case, mostly focused on the Western world because they also really hate Rome. I guess it's more for the Roman standpoint of, because the Romans weren't exactly nice to them either, and that's where the Western world kind of comes in, because they see the modern Western world as ancestors to the Romans there. But Amalek's pretty much everyone in general, and they really they do this, and apparently everything we've done in the Middle East for the last 30 years is centered on Purim, this whole Amalek thingy. In 1991, Purim was celebrated on Thursday, February 28th. This day is highly significant in modern history as it coincided exactly with the end of 1991 Gulf War. Ceasefire. On the morning of February 28, 1991, U.S. President George H.W. Bush declared a ceasefire ending the 100-hour ground offensive known as Operation Desert Storm. The Purim miracle in Israel, the coincidence was viewed as many by modern miracle. For 6 weeks, Iraq has launched 39, I'm assuming, attacks, and it cuts off here. And the 2003 invasion of Iraq began with a series of targeted airstrikes in Baghdad on the night of March 19, 2003. Shortly after the 48-hour ultimatum for Saddam Hussein to leave the country expired. Due to the time difference, initial strikes occurred early morning hours on March 20th, 2003 in Iraq. There. And the 2003 Purim began with sunset on Monday, March 17th, and concluded at nightfall on Tuesday, March 18th. And if you don't think that the tinfoil is untight enough, we don't have enough layers of tinfoil at all, here is Bibi himself, literally, today, Netanyahu and Iran war. We read in this week's Torah portion, remember what Amalek did to you. We will remember and we will act. And they add this, 1 Samuel 15:3. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. Yeah, so doesn't make me exactly too happy. I mean, we have CNN reporting on this, being like, oh, it's symbolic in media and Judaism. Isn't it so cool how it is? Oh, there's Netanyahu saying the exact same thing about Amalek. And oh, apparently everything else is something with Purim as well when it comes to Amalek here. Yeah, I like my tinfoil a lot. Especially when the layers all add up. Purim is March to the 2nd to 3rd. Google it immediately. Yep. Does he speak in Hebrew? Is there subtitles here? I need to double check this.
אנחנו קראנו בפרשת השבוע, זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק. אנחנו זוכרים.
Okay, well, I don't know what he's saying, but I understand Amalek.
ואנחנו פועלים.
And if this regime of terror has nuclear weapons, they will threaten all of humanity. Therefore, we went out to push away this danger too. First of all from ourselves, from us. But we are acting here together with the United States in the name of and for the sake of all humanity. I draw immense strength from the resilience of our citizens, from the heroism of our soldiers and commanders. We read in this week's Torah portion, Remember what Amalek did to you. We remember, and we act.
This kind of sounds like AI translation. So take it with a partial grain of salt. But like I said, even though I didn't understand the first section here, I understood the Amalek part. We had the CNN article. Everything else lines up too. I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to believe this conspiracy theory, personally myself here. Just makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Let me see. Speaking of Amalek, Mossad I know gave me a call earlier. Thank you, Jay from Subway, for the $5 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What the fuck is this? Okay. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, he gave me $5. I'm gonna read it out. I'm a cheap whore, okay? Just fair warning in advance. Oogu. What's this? Oh, your Radiosius Achis for my MAGA cock. Eagle bomb, evil bomb. Well. Habibi, drop us your hijabi and go back to 1970. Watermelon. Hot face. Liberate that. Oh, the bomb peach emoji. And give you that Ayatollah Khamenei MAGA cock. I don't know if $5 dues was enough for that. I don't know if I don't know if $5 was enough for that message, I'll be completely honest. Goodbye, everyone. Oh, what the hell? I gave you a warning, okay? I gave you a warning. I apologize in advance. I said I was a cheap whore. I am honest. I am a cheap whore, okay? He gave me $5. I said his message. There we go. So... the fuck's wrong with you? I was reading a donation message! I'm done. My ears are bleeding. You're welcome. 5 CJ from Subway. $5 is $5 exactly, right? You know, you kiss your homies goodnight for $5, don't you? You sell out. Hey, cheap whore's gonna make her money somehow, right? I have never been more flaccid my entire life. Please, I will pay you and never do that again. Well, it's gotta be more money than this person who sent the message. So if Jay from Subway paid 5, you gotta pay 10, okay? That's how it works. And you did not pay me 10. But he did pay me 5. So therefore, I read his message. I wasn't gonna drink tonight, but after that I have to. You're welcome. You're welcome. Somebody followed after that? What the fuck's wrong with you? I mean, thank you for the vigorous spankings, but still. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, and let me see here. Okay. So, to be more serious and blackpilling and, you know, not ooh, Rexy. Oh, that pussy is so tight. To avoid that conversation again, let's talk about mass shooters. So, you know, fun fact. When you strike a terrorist country who, you know, so as the Trump administration says, you know, it's the #1 state-sponsored terrorism and all that fun stuff, right? So when you strike a country that does this, where they're ideological, fantastical about their theology, in this case, Islam, and Islam is an extremely violent religion, we have had so many terrorist attacks throughout the decades that it is innumerable at this point. Maybe we should be a little bit careful about the ones that are currently in the United States. I mean, frankly, my opinion is that we shouldn't have any in the United States to begin with. One, we shouldn't have any nuns, any sorts, regardless, right? But we shouldn't have any Muslims because they're incompatible with the West. Islam is 100% incompatible with the West. There's no way around it, no matter what form it takes. Whether it's the Pakistani rape kings in the UK, or the Senegalians here, in this case, or the Iranians, or Saudi Arabia, whatever the case is, no matter what version and what flavor and that they use, when it comes to Islam, Sharia, Sunni, then doesn't not compatible with the West. Get the fuck out of here. You shouldn't be in any single Western country, regardless. And we should be extra careful with the ones we do know about that are in the United States when we attack something like Iran, who advocate strongly for Islamic terrorism. And well, that didn't happen, even though Trump mentioned in the article earlier that he would stop it. Just to go back a little bit, because I know it's been a been a minute, because they did address it in the article here. Hi, dude. What's the point? Fuck, I was trying to be smooth about this, and then I was not so smooth. I'm a professional. What the person? Aha. Trump also said he wasn't concerned about Iran using terrorism to repay America for weekend's attack. We'll take it out. Whatever. It's like everything else, we'll take it out. This article was posted today. Keep in mind, this terrorist attack happened over the weekend on Saturday. And I know he was actually briefed upon it. So, how was the whole taking out situation actually, like, occurring? In this case, because the reported Islamist shooter in Austin, Texas has been identified as a 53-year-old Nindiga Dayan, who wore a Property of Allah shirt and during the terror attack. Which, as you can see here, he's lying dead. The video doesn't really show much other than them dancing around. For the case of YouTube, I'm just gonna just leave it here. That way it doesn't get too graphic. In this case. And here's a better picture of him. Darker than the night. Severely overweight. And here's his wearing the Property of Allah shirt. Or sweatshirt, I should say. Yeah, Senegalian. Why do we have a Senegalian in here? He should belong to Senegal, right? But for some reason he is, and he killed people. Lots of people, actually. Though before we get into that, the funny thing is, Hassan Piker! I'm coming to kill you! In the ring? No! In real life! Yes, the man, the myth and legend, the cockroach himself, also has the same sweatshirt. Well, a different color. A Property of Allah. Yeah. And it's not the best. Not the best look for a son, which is why he's not exactly happy about the whole thing. But just want to point out that little fun fact of today. The dog shocker, yes, the dog shocker himself. He hates the West with a burning fucking passion. He hates it so fucking much. He wants Western people to die. He wants that stuff. He's just leeching off of us. That's why he keeps on advocating for all the things he does on stream. But doesn't matter because he's the top leftist streamer and he sucks Danny Clancy's dick, so it's never gonna happen. But this is not about Hassan. I don't care about Hassan. He's a cockroach. Okay? Like, his opinions don't fucking matter. He's a champagne socialist. He's a fucking leech. He's a horrible person, whatever. Just funny that he has the same exact shirt, or basically the same exact shirt, as the shooter did. But anyway, we'll get into the more details about the shooter himself. Austin bar mass shooter possibly motivated by Iran attacks. Quran found in the car as FBI ICE terrorism after 2 killed, 14 injured. Again, Hassan support. Not gonna say Hassan exactly supports this because that's I should be careful with defamation on stream to a certain extent, but little bit rich coming from him when it comes to this here. Just saying. The fiend behind Sunday's bloodbath at packed Austin bar with an ex-New York City resident wearing a Property of Allah hoodie and possibly out for vengeance over the U.S. attack on Iran, law enforcement sources told the Post. That is highly likely. Now, a lot of people are saying that Is a sleeper cell attacked? And it could be a sleeper cell attack. Or it could just be a fucking Islamic fucking terrorist, because that's what Islam does. Like, the men are rapists, or they're mass murderers and terrorists, and the women are completely culpable and support their husbands in this, because that's what they've been indoctrinated to do with their horrible fucking religion. They're completely incompatible. Crazed Texas shooter Ndagia Dagne, 53, of Senegal, arrived in the U.S. on March 13th, 2000. God, his arrival on here is older than I am. On a B2 tourist visa during the Democratic Clinton administration, and became a lawful permanent resident, IR6, when he married a U.S. citizen on June 20, 2006, a source familiar with immigration history told the Post. He then became a naturalized U.S. citizen on April 5th, 2013, around the start of the former President Barack Obama's second term, despite his growing rap sheet spanning New York and Texas. No, this man, who's from Senegal, which, why is somebody in Senegal in the United States? They live in Senegal. I don't know anything about Senegal in this third world shithole. You can clearly tell by his skin color and his jaundiced eyes. Like, I don't, but he still can, I don't care if it's shithole. He should still be there. Like, it just doesn't matter. And he arrived on a tourist visa. So for those who don't know, little fun fact, and part of me is worried about sharing this information because I feel like if more people know, more people abuse it. But then again, the people that are going to abuse it probably already know this trick anyways. So, problem with visas in general, and I want them all wiped out and then completely burned to the ground, and then they can be reinstated with better controls. Is a very easy way to get here illegally in the United States is to get a tourist visa. Just say you're going, and this is the reason why he's actually originates from New York City, because it's very easy to do so, is get your tourist visa. So you're taking a nice, simple vacation to the United States, you want to see the sights, go to New York City, right, because it's the Big Apple, it's a classic Americana, in that case. Stay your 2 weeks, and then just disappear. Because New York City is so big, it's absolute rat maze, and has so many ethnicities from all over the world, because we have had terrible immigration policies since 1965, that you can just disappear. And you can find a job underneath the table, and the government won't track you. And then you find a woman, in this case, to marry, become a U.S. citizen, just like he did. So he took 6 years, and he was able to do it. And then he became an actual natural, and because of that, because he was able to marry a U.S. citizen and get his green card that way, this lawful permanent resident, then he was able to get the naturalized U.S. citizenship a few years later. That is quite literally the cheat code into America. It happens all the fucking time. And that's what he abused. This is, so much I dislike illegal immigration. I want all the illegals gone. Actually, I think all illegals should get the death penalty. Personally, that's my opinion. But illegal immigration's the worst, in my opinion. Illegal immigration is by far the most damaging because of how many loopholes and how many ways they can abuse the system. And then they're able to vote. They take jobs that are not under the table. And they can collect welfare. And a whole bunch of other benefits that they can do, and completely disenfranchise actual true white Americans. And he was somehow able to get his naturalized U.S. citizenship despite his growing rap sheet spanning New York and Texas. He is a career criminal because he's Senegalian, he's black. And apparently, somebody mentioned in chat, Senegal is probably top 5 worst country of all time, I think. I think generally it's the worst at the worst. Like, the 47 average IQ? No, okay. No way. No, I gotta pull up the IQ map. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up the IQ map. Where's Senegal on this list? We control F this baby. Be helpful if I spell it correctly. Is it the shithole? 65! 60, it has IQ of 65, apparently. Is what the IQ map shows here. Which if you scroll all the way up. So it's, equal to or less than 65. So it's one of these I don't know where Senegal is in the map. I'll be completely honest. Listen. I'm a lazy racist. Okay. Like it's, yeah. They're not very smart. They're not very smart. And yet somehow he was able to get in here legally on a tourist visa. Ugh, 65 is retarded enough for TARS to call you retarded. Now maybe he's in the standard deviation, right? Which is about 15, so maybe he's 80. And I could see 80 working out, seeing that the average IQ of the American black is about 85. Which 5 points is actually a decent amount when you're getting to those low numbers. But still, you know, maybe he's a little bit smarter in this case, but... See? It's also important to note that low IQ for browns is not as damaging as it is for whites. Because our average IQ is 100. Generally, with some, like, Scandinavian countries being like 105 and things like that. So when somebody's like actually legitimately retarded and white, they're like basically non-functional when they have 80 IQ. Versus when it comes to browns, when they're usually 80, 85 on the higher end, because it's their natural state of things, they act a lot more human than you would, you know, you can kind of see in that case. And so when they get to the lower IQs, it's not until you get to really, really low before you actually see the more animalistic sides coming out. I don't know how exactly that works, I'll be completely honest. But that's just literally how it works. And you can see here, actually. Here's a video from October 2023. Unvetted males from Senegal cross the U.S. border in Texas. All military age, no families. And we won't watch the whole thing because it's very repetitive. But almost every man in this video is from Senegal. And you can see how you can tell there's no real light in their eyes, but they can still mimic human speech. They're like demons from Freeman.
How you doing? Where are you from? Senegal. Senegal. Where are you going? New York. New York. Thank you, sir. You? Senegal. Where are you going? Nigeria. Thank you. Where are you from? Senegal. Where are you going? North Carolina. Thank you, sir. You? Where are you from? Senegalese. Where you?
I swear to God, I think I don't really kind of like all look the same in my opinion. But I swear I don't know because how dark he is, the weird creepy yellow, the whites of his eyes and his teeth just really stick out like that. But like that's the face of like some mass murderer in the middle of the night, like your paralysis demon and your doorway. Oh, like it's about to murder you. Like that is so fucking freaky.
Senegalese. Where you going? Thank you, sir. Where are you from? Senegal. Where are you going? Senegal. Thank you. Where are you going? New York. From where? Yeah. Senegal? Thank you. Where are you from? From Senegal. Where are you going? Columbus. Columbus, Ohio. Thank you, sir. You? Where are you going? Columbus. Columbus. Thank you. Where are you from? Senegal. Where are you going? Senegal. Where are you going? New York. Thank you, sir. And you? Senegal. Where are you going? New York. Thank you, sir.
He's the old this guy out of all the groups. I watched this before. Is the most clean, dressed, and best English out of all of them. Out of all of these guys, and there's so many of them. Like I said, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. Not exactly looking like the best case for per capita here.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. You? Senegal. Where are you going? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Where are you? Where are you from? Senegal. Oh my God. Where are you going? New York. New York. You? Gambia. Gambia. Yeah. You're lying. Yep.
I like how he says you're lying. He's the only one that looks different from all of them, right? Like they all have, they all look black, and so to me they're all the same, roughly. But they all kind of, like I said, look the same. They have more rounded faces. More then this guy from Gumby comes around, and he's got a lot like longer face, and he's like, no way, because like everyone's been saying Senegal, but like he's the only one whose actual facial features look completely different. I feel like that's actually quite telling here. So anyway, we'll stop this video here because, like I said, it's pretty much all the same. There is one woman in this whole entire group and this endless line of men that are from Senegal, trying to cross the border. Now, obviously, the shooter didn't come from this line back in 2023. But if you cannot tell based off how well those English accents are and the light not being in their eyes and how dark they are and everything else about their actions, yeah, I'm guessing this guy is probably of the same quality there. Um, like if we drew him, it would be against TOS. Yes, yes. That's the crazy thing about these. It's just, oh man, just, I'll say no further. I'll say no further. We'll go back to the mass shooter here. On Sunday, the killer had a Quran in his car and was possibly also wearing an undershirt featuring the Iranian flag or other Iranian symbols. They opened fire on Buford's backyard beer garden near the University of Texas Austin campus, according to sources familiar with the investigation. Law enforcement knew him as an emotionally disturbed person in both New York and Texas for Sunday's bloody rampage, sources said. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. We got another one for the list. Okay, we got Jugger. Well, we got, bystander. Well, we got, a whole bunch of other things. Now we got emotionally disturbed person to add to the list of descriptions for black people when they commit crimes. For those who don't know, because the New York Post is one of the few articles that news outlets actually reports when blacks commit crimes, but they still have to be relatively safe. And so every single time they do, they have like a new euphemism to describe blacks without actually saying that they're black, and it's fucking hilarious. Emotionally disturbed person. He also had a string of previous arrests under his belt at the Big Apple in Texas, sources said, including a 2022 arrest in the Lone Star State for a collision with vehicle damage. Oh, they can't fucking drive. What a shock. In New York City, he notched busts between 2001 and 2016, the year he applied for asylum under the warning Obama administration. So he has all these criminal cases on him, including when he was applying for asylum and the tourist visa and the green card and everything else, and they still gave it to him. I fucking hate our system so much. Dagnay was arrested in 2001 for illegal vending. His other 3 city arrests are sealed, sources said. Details on his Texas bus were not immediately known. So there's no way in hell this guy actually sealed his other 3 city arrests. 3 city arrests. And that's probably part of the reason why he was able to get his citizenship after all, because they were sealed. And so I 100% bet some sort of immigration lawyer helped them. Because these immigration lawyers are literally in every single city in the entirety of the United States. When the whole Minnesota riots were happening back in January with the ICE agents, people discovered 50, at least 50, because they had so many on the list, so they just, I don't say gave up, but it was just the very beginning of it all. 50 in Minneapolis alone. I know Minneapolis is a decent sized city, but 50 NGOs and lawyers combined to help with immigration purposes, for naturalizations, things like that. And New York City, I can guarantee there's a lot more than 50. And Texas, I also can guarantee there's a lot more than 50 as well. And they do this on purpose, because they're working with NGOs, they're working with Democrats to try to help these illegals become legal citizens as best as possible. Because then they get kickbacks that way. It's a whole huge corrupt huge corrupt scene that is endless trails. I know Data Republican has insight on this kind of stuff, and it's just, the web is massive how this shit works, and he's just another one that used the benefits. I can guarantee that. I can guarantee this. Because there's no way this darker than the night man, who's an emotionally disturbed person, as New York Times wants to put him, has multiple crimes, who came here illegally via the tourist visa, who comes from a country with an average IQ of 65, was able to do it himself and have the money to do so. Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine the exact motivation, but there are indicators on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism, said Alex Duran, acting special agent in charge of the FBI's San Antonio office, to reporters. The attack happened about 2 a.m., closing time for the popular night spot, as hundreds of people were leaving to head home. Dagnay's large SUV was spotted traveling around the block several times before he stopped in front of the bar and began shooting out of his front window with a pistol, hitting patrons on the front patio, according to Austin Police Chief Lisa Davis. Why is a woman a fucking police chief? I know Austin is a more bluer city when it comes to Texas. I know it's like the liberal city when it comes to Texas overall. Why is a woman a police chief? Women need to get all the service. The only thing that should be servicing is a man's pipe. I say ma'am or man. I meant man's pipe. That would have been a good clip if I did it correctly. Oh, well, the point stands. The only thing a woman should be servicing is a man's pipe and his stomach. He then parked his car, got out, and began shooting at people walking by on the street, the chief said. Police confronted the shooter with less than a minute of the first gunshot at an intersection on 6th Street and shot him, cops said. Good. 2 victims and the shooter died at the scene. First responders rushed 14 other patients in nearby hospitals, 3 of whom were in critical condition. Our hearts go out to people who are victims of this, and I want to reiterate my thanks to our public safety officers and officials that so rapidly were on the scene. They definitely saved lives, Austin Mayor Kirk Watson said. This act of violence will not define us, nor will it shake the resolve of Texans. Anyone who thinks about using current conflict and abilities to threaten Texans or our critical infrastructure, understand this clearly. Texas will respond with decisive and overwhelming force to protect our state, Texas Governor Greg Abbott said in a statement. Doesn't mean anything. So first, the reason why I side at the our hearts go out is just corporate fucking bullshit. It's just, oh yeah, our hearts go out, it's such a tragedy, oh blah 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 blah. I mean, it is a tragedy, right? But they all say the same script. I've read so many in the past year and what, a half at this point, because we're getting to March, that I've been streaming, and we've had a lot of different horrible tragedies happen within this time period. The amount of times I've heard our hearts go out, because they can't say, well, we're going to pray to God or anything like that, because God's bad. I'm tired of hearing that. I mean, I know it's just, you know, it's better than saying nothing, I guess, but just cliche. But anyway, Greg fucking Abbott can suck my cock. Because, one, you said we'll respond with decisive and overwhelming force to protect our state. Well, guess what? It doesn't do anything if the attack already happens. 2 people are dead now and 14 other people are injured, with 3 in critical condition. You responding doesn't solve the problem. You need to take preventable action of this. This is not Israel and Iran anymore, even though this is clearly inspired by the Iranian conflict. This is a whole different story. This is a local level. This is fucking terrorism actually in the local level once again. And completely preventable because versus, you know, having geopolitics, negotiations and, you know, translators and all that fun stuff that goes into geopolitics in general, you can just not have these people here in the first place. This Senegalian could have, there are so many times he could have been deported between his crimes he committed, the fact that also the fact that he came here illegally through the tourist visa, shouldn't have gotten his green card from marrying, should have become a naturalized citizen. Texas, when he moved to Texas, should have kicked him out in some way, shape, or form. Like, there are so many things that could have prevented this from happening if we actually had good, strong borders and not the Hart-Sellers Act of 1965 to stop this. Or, you know, ignoring the Hart-Seller Act, which I don't really want to, just having a complete ban on Muslims. Anybody from anyone's a Muslim. I don't care if you're from the Middle East or Africa or China. You know, the Uyghurs being massacred in China. Ooh, guess what? They were performing terrorism there too. So the Chinese are actually justified in that. Wherever they come from, even if it's a Muslim in, one of the Irish converts to Islam in the UK, for example, right? I don't care. If you're a Muslim, you get banned. And if you want to lie about, your faith, well, they have some other protections and checks and balances in there that for them coming in because they're a liability. Every single one of them is a complete threat. How many Muslim terrorist attacks do we have to have before we recognize the fact that they're dangerous? And the thing is, I think everyone knows they do. That's why the whole Islamophobia token exists, right? And the politicians know this as well, but they don't care because if they, at least when it comes to Democrats, if they pander to them, they can get the votes. Republicans don't care because they'll be like, oh, we'll get rid of them. Oh, we'll be harsh on them. And they don't do anything. But then they stay in their power for the 4 years, they grab the bag and then they leave. Like, nothing's gonna happen. And Greg Abbott is fucking rich about this stuff because he doesn't care about legal immigration at all. This guy came here illegally. Came here illegally, but thanks to the resource at hand, he was able to get legal citizenship. legal citizenship is fucking abysmal for the country. And Greg Abbott is completely okay with this. So the whole situation from top to bottom is completely preventable, but nobody's willing to do anything because of votes and money and Islamophobia and whatever excuse that they have at this point, because the whole system is made to hurt us. Like mass deportation needs to go beyond illegals and needs to go beyond the worst of the worst. We actually need military action. Like, if I don't want the military in Iran, okay? If we're gonna have boots on the ground, I want the boots on the ground in every single major city in the United States. Get the color swatch out and round up every single brown person. I do not care. They do not fucking belong here. We can be nice and let the American blacks be for last because they know slavery and all the fun stuff. We can be nice and allow maybe some of the Asians, like the Japs and the Koreans, also be last as well. But every single person who has come since 1965, who is not of European descent, needs to go. And actually, and then maybe we can discuss the Eastern Europeans too, because the Gypsies are a hot mess and things like that. Because ever since then, has been non-stop mass immigration, both illegally and legally, has become non-stop problems since that time period. Most of it's come from third world shitholes, and they're all on welfare, if you look at the statistics. They're all, they don't contribute anything to society other than votes. And there's a reason why all these blue states don't actually want to have ID or anything like that. It's just a complete disaster of their immigration policy. And Trump's not going to be the one to fix it, unfortunately. I wish he was. I was hoping he would do a better job with illegals, and maybe he will, but still relatively early on to his presidency, and there's a whole activist judges issue, but this is not going to be an easy thing. So, but yes, I firmly believe this is motivated by Iran attacks, because why else would a Muslim go fucking crazy the day after, actually the day of, really, because it technically happened on Saturday, and possibly has the Iran flag as an undershirt. Regardless of the sleeper cell or not, listen to being here. Though one thing that New York Post doesn't mention that I thought was sad but funny is that a Waymo vehicle blocked traffic as first responders raced to the Boston bar mass shooting where 3 people were killed and 14 injured. It's just a bunch of sirens and stuff like that, so I won't play the audio for this. So, somebody is possibly also involved in this case. I'm surprised the New York Post didn't report on this fact. And because why would a Waymo vehicle block traffic? There's no way in hell this 65 IQ jungleoid here was controlling a Waymo vehicle while he was shooting up people. So either there is a second person involved with this terrorist attack, which would go with the sleeper cell theory, or maybe it was he's got a second person involved just because they do work in cells. So it's hard to tell if this is actually a sleeper cell thing or not. But this is a bit concerning, because this does seem to prove that at least a second person is involved in some way, shape, or form. The people who ordered the Waymo didn't board. I mean, the AI car could just be the stupid too. Possibly? But come on, like, it's highly unlikely that's the case. Oh, well, typically the white person won't commit a crime unless they know they can get away with it. Yeah, versus, like, I think I read that apparently 95 IQ is a sweet spot. Because if you have 90 IQ, it's still too low to where you still commit the crime because you can't think far enough ahead to understand the consequences. Once you hit 95, you can actually think about the consequences of your actions, beyond the 15 seconds ahead. And that's where it actually stops you from committing crimes, because you can realize the consequences in that case. And I don't think Mr. Property of a Law has the 95 IQ. computers don't break in an orderly manner, they just stop working. And like, I'm not a big fan of AI either, but they've put a lot of technology and money into these Waymo vehicles. I know they're not perfect, but if they're on, like, it's more likely, in my opinion, that there's a second person involved in some way, shape. Oh, the 85 is prime crime IQ? Yeah, I mean, most people who commit crime have a roughly an IQ of 85. That also is the average IQ of the American black as well. But I'm not going to say anything about that in particular, just to, you know, this is a coincidence, right? You know, you have two nickels, you know, and you know, it's weird it happens twice, like that kind of deal, you know, yeah. Yeah, you know. Okay, here, so it is a little bit past time after all. So it doesn't look like anybody's really live on the YouTube side of things. So, YouTube bros, you're staying with, Kick Bros in the cuck chair tonight. Congratulations, you're welcome for that. Kick Bros, I'm gonna be sending you over to Leaflet. I know she is political, but it looks like she's playing a game. Actually, it looks like something with angel swords. Actually looks really fucking cool. So remember to be nice, stay on topic, and don't go too fucking crazy with with her rules and stuff like that. Okay, keep her glowing to a minimum. For some, wait, hold on. Why can't I? Okay, maybe I'm not rating Leaflet tonight. I'm currently having some problems. Okay. Kick's been having issues with VPNs where, one, I don't get access to the back end, and two, I can't chat. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's really annoying. If I have my VPN on, I can't access my back end. Don't clip that. And I can't chat, and including my own. So, like, I don't know what else to do, because I don't know how else to raid. I'm sorry, chat. I would like to send you over the Leaflet and take a nice little white pill and a fun white pill after the fucking hardcore dark Vanta block pill between Iran and the Islamic shooter, but apparently that's not the case, so my apologies here. Oh, wait, hold on a second before we actually leave. Oh, thank you, ER, for the raid over on YouTube. Though we're ending stream, my apologies. Well, sorry, raiders. I don't have anybody to raid myself, so the buck stops here. Thank you, ER, for the raid, but if you haven't shouted him out, please do before I actually end stream. Thank you again for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Raiders, I mean, if you want to check out the VOD here in like less than 5 minutes, you can. We went over most of it's over Iran and the fucking shit show that is, and then we ended on the Islamic shooter, Texas shooter here. So already shouted, okay, that's great. Well, thank you again for the raid. Sorry for ending it here, but I will see you guys on Monday at 7:45 p.m. No, wait, today is Monday. What the fuck am I talking about here? I'm schizophrenic. Okay, I will see you guys on Wednesday, 7:45 p.m. EST. If everything goes well, I think it'll be a happier stream because I think I want to have something fun and light compared to all the black pills we've been swallowing the past few weeks. And I kind of have something planned, sort of, kind of, if everything kind of works out. So that's the idea for Wednesday. And then Friday will be the regularly scheduled, early stream, and Saturday with temp and everything else in between. But other than that, thank you for all the subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spank. I hope you have a good night. Thank you again for the raid. Sorry, Raiders, that the buck stops here. Yeah, I don't know. Bye. Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?